With the Colts, they wanted him back. Remember there was speculation about whether or not he was going to come back for another year.
In the wild card round.
They made it, and they lost to the Bills in the play,
right.
but it was competitive, and I think the point spread was like 6 because I remember I had money on Indianapolis.
You didn't win the bet. Is the bottom line?
I
right?
think I pushed.
Nah,
I think I pushed.
Probably not.
I remember I was cutting up our Christmas tree, listening to it on the radio. Yeah.
It's like what?
What?
Yeah. Cut up the Christmas
Cutting
tree.
it up?
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
we have small trash cans, so you got to cut it up into pieces to get rid of it.
Oh.
So,
What?
yeah. Welcome to California.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams July Summer Sale and get 30% off paints and stains July 18th through the 28th. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
This summer, Cody and Gold will be live in St. Joe on the Chiefs practice field as the defending AFC champions set their sights on another Super Bowl run. Real-time updates as practice is going on. Live press conferences with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Plus, exclusive one-on-one player interviews. This summer, tune in weekdays starting at 10 to Cody and Gold. Live from Chiefs training camp on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Thank you, KC, for voting Century Roofing the best roofing company in the Metro in the Stars 2025 KC Favorites competition. After 35 years, we're giving back to you by extending our free material upgrade sale through the end of the year. Get a free upgrade to impact-resistant shingles with any roof replacement for better protection and possible insurance savings. Trust the best, Century Roofing. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com for your free estimate today.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Century Roofing, we've got you covered, KC.
GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. I hate games and scams. So when we had the idea to give away $25,000, I was very careful about the way it was orchestrated. Get the top of the market money and enter to be the lucky person to get $25,000. This is no joke. This is no game. This is very real. Just like GimmeTheVin.com.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Peter, hot head. Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5
You're listening
Fan.
to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Just have a real conversation for a second. Mac's hair is going all over the place today. That's how humid it is outside right now. Your hair looks like it's like you touched. I don't know if you had these things back in the day. They were like these big glass balls, and you put your hand on it, and you could see the electricity, and then it would make kind of your hair stand up. You know, that's kind of what you look like today. When you walked in this morning, because I don't know about you, dude, but I have never in my entire life experienced anything from a humidity standpoint like we are seeing today. I've never seen anything like it. It is absolutely insane. And I had to take my wife's car this morning, and she parked outside because she's got some things going on. She made the jury, by the way. They got well, I'm sure she's the foreman, if anything. But hopefully that'll be done today. But I think I took her car, so she parked outside. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. She parked behind me, and so I took her car because she's got some things she needs to drop off with mine today. I walk out there, it's just coated in just in whatever this is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a mess.
That's mine.
And it didn't clear up the entire drive in. I even drove around extra. I'm like, we've got to get this humidity cleared up, and it just didn't. But I mean, it is as gross a day, I think, as I have ever seen. And I was going through the weather this morning on the National Weather Service as they send out an X post, formerly a tweet on Twitter.
Okay.
And it said it could be 100 to 105 today with the heat index. And we could have major storms as well with all this humidity in the air. I mean, it is. Guys, if you're going out today and you're doing anything outside today, you need water, you need ice, you need just do it naked.
Probably need a hat.
Just a hat, nothing else.
Yes,
I mean,
just a hat.
I mean, but seriously, the hat may keep you from sweating. I mean, it'll
crazy.
Keep you going and hot and all that kind of stuff. And so, I mean, it's just it is a soup mess out there today. Have you lived in Tennessee? Maybe you've experienced something different than what we got going on here. I lived in South Texas for 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't recall, and I was in Texas this weekend, and it's usually humid in Houston. Not like what we got
Houston's,
going on.
ugh.
Oh yeah, Houston is a mess, right?
Yes.
But this right now is the worst I've ever seen. And, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, all them dudes up there getting ready to have that first practice today, right? Like this is the first day of training camp. and they're going to be mentally tested, dude, right from the get-go on this one, because they're going to go out there. They're going to open the door of their dorm rooms today. They're going to walk outside and they're going to close that. They're going to go back inside, close that room and say, we're out.
Mind.
And it may be one of those days. And I don't know if they still do this kind of stuff. They may move it inside for safety reasons today. So, I mean,
if it's 100+ degrees like that, yeah.
But
Makes sense.
Practice starts here in about 2 hours or so. They'll be done off the field by 10:30 this morning, and Cody and Gold will be up there. We'll talk to them coming up in the 9 o'clock hour as well. We'll talk to Tammy Reed, the wife of Andy Reed, coming up at 9:30 this morning. Her and Andy are doing something really, really cool in Westport that she wants to share, and I love it because it involves history and making Kansas City better, and you have an opportunity to win something cool coming up, at 9:30 this morning. So that's kind of on the agenda for today. But I mean, if you're going outside today, do yourself a favor, get ice, get water, and maybe one of those fan things around your neck or whatever it is. But take all the precautions out there, because I've never seen anything like it today. It's insane.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Tennessee's extremely humid, but it's never like 5 a.m. you go outside. Like, I thought my car wasn't working. I thought the the dehumidifier thing wasn't working because it just kept fogging up. I'm like, what's going on? Is my car screwed? But no, it's Mother Nature.
Yeah, it really is. Again, nothing like this has ever been seen before from my standpoint. So be careful out there today. First practice of the day up there in St. Joe. Hopefully they get everything worked out and they're ready to win the Super Bowl after today. 26 teams are starting training camp practice today. And so everybody's back, dude. Like, this is it. We had a couple of early starts, obviously, with the Chargers and the Lions last week because they've got the Hall of Fame game coming up next week. And, a couple of other teams have trickled in. But, 26, 28 teams, out there on the practice field. I think everybody's finally now in training camp mode. And the NFL is back, is officially 100% back. And that's all everybody's talking about right now because it is America's biggest sport. And people love training camp practices. And I'll say this, and you seemed a little depressed yesterday. And I do want to address this situation because you were like, I'm going to go up to training camp after we get off the air and I'm going to see practice. I'm like, no, you're not. And you're like, why? I'm like, because it's over by the time we're off the air, It's all in the morning. And so I will say, as I say every single year, though, if you're a dad and you got a son, or even if you have a daughter, it doesn't matter, and they love football, bring them to training camp. For me, it's how I became an NFL fan. And my dad took me to Giants training camp in like 1986, 87, whatever it was. And, it was a lot different back then. I sat next to the general manager and had conversations with him. He was up in the crowd and whatnot. And so it was a lot different. But I always remember those practices and how much they meant. Probably because I was with my dad more than anything, and doing that kind of stuff. But that's how I feel like I watched a training camp practice maybe before I watched a game. I feel like I feel like right in the same area, of that. And I remember the big impact that it had on me and being up close to the players and getting those autographs and how I became a football fan for life just because of that one experience. And if you're thinking about taking the kiddos up and wondering if it's a good opportunity or if it's something that you should do, I absolutely 100% recommend it. I think it's one of the coolest things you can do as a sports fan. And really, they go up to St. Joe. We're one of the few teams out there right now that have the opportunity to still attend training camp. A lot of these are now back at their facilities, and you don't have that college campus atmosphere and the ability to get close to the players and collect autographs and all that kind of stuff. And so the Chiefs are still kind of doing it the old-fashioned way. So take advantage of it for as long as you possibly can before they relocate to Olathe or wherever, right? So you've got the opportunity to go out there and be up close and personal with the players. And I promise you, your kids will have a lifelong impact. Because here I am at 48 years old, and I'm still talking about my dad taking me to training camp 40 years ago now, or whatever it was. So I suggest, have you been to Chiefs training camp ever?
No,
you have not.
You never took me, Dad, so thanks.
Well, I'm sorry. You just kind of came into my life last year. I didn't know I had you. Hey, get no respect, right? Sorry about that, but you'll get up there for a weekend and have yourself a show.
Yes, I think August 2nd and August 3rd. It'll be me and Dusty August 2nd, and I think it's just me, myself, and I over there at St. Joe Sunday, August 3rd. So tune in.
3, 2, 1. Binkley just texted. He'll be available if you need him. Some interesting stuff going on in the world of sports. The Royals are starting some 45-year-old today named Rich Hill. I'm 48 years old. Like this guy's in my age range.
Dude.
That's going out there. He's going to be playing for his 14th team in Major League Baseball. That's almost half the league that this Rich Hill guy has played for. And I mean, everybody's heard the name before because he's been around, obviously for 100 years. But making a start today at the age of 45, I mean, nuts. I have a hard enough time, running a 5K, let alone getting out there on the mound. And
I think this guy would have trouble doing that too.
Maybe, I don't know, but 45 years old, that's wild to me that he's going to go out there and toe the slab, as they like to say. And we'll see what he has, but I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a bullpen game or that kind of whatever it is, but I mean, I'm impressed. I am absolutely 100% impressed because I don't know that there's another sport out there, team sport, that somebody from that age range can still go out there and participate in. Like, your 45-year-old dude ain't playing in the NFL, right? Maybe
Tom Brady
a kicker.
was
How old was Brady when
he was like 44?
Was he that old?
43, 40. He was right around there.
Right around there. Okay,
but he's just an anomaly.
Yeah, right. That's
not real.
No, it's not real at all. Tom Brady, like whatever he does, you have to quantify it. Kind of like with Patrick Mahomes. Everybody,
100%.
If we're talking about quarterbacks, other than Patrick Mahomes, who's the best?
Exactly.
You've got to qualify all that stuff, and Tom Brady is one of those where you got to qualify. I don't think you're going to see a 45-year-old playing in the NBA. I don't think you're going to see a 45-year-old playing soccer for sure.
Gosh, no.
There's no chance. Hockey, no way.
No
a
way. Your body
45-year-old.
break down.
You get hit one time in the boards, you got a busted up hip, and you're like, all right, I got to get hip replacement surgery or whatever. So you're not going to be playing hockey, and you're probably not going to see anybody in the WNBA. I mean, because that is labor intensive up and down. And so I know this, the Royals aren't playing great baseball at this point in time, and they're under 500. But this is something to marvel at, man. Like him and Salvi together out there on the field, they're going to be like two 80-year-olds. I mean, you combine their ages, and it's like 75 years old. Those two guys
really
combined,
nuts.
and so it's going to be a lot of fun to kind of see what this guy can do. I'm very curious, I will say, to see what a 45-year-old is going to do on the mound. If it's going to be like Charlie Huff back in the day, but he was throwing knuckleballs. I don't know that Rich Hill has a knuckleball in his repertoire, so I think it'll be very interesting to see what some 45-year-old cat can do on the mound today at Wrigley. That's really bizarre to me.
Yeah, I would love, especially after yesterday. I don't know if they've scored that many runs all season, so that was kind of nice to finally see that. But yeah, I mean, Dick Mountain, let's go, baby. Let's keep this thing rolling. And I think, trying to think of other, Janikowski.
Yeah, but that's a kicker.
I'm just thinking of pro athletes. But you're right, kicker's like the one kind of thing. That's the one exception.
Right, yeah, like Morton Anderson was 100 and he was still kicking here, things like that. Like there are, one-offs and everything like that in certain positions. Maybe a punter could do it in the NFL. But like maybe 45 years old and still going out there, it shows you can still play baseball. There's old men baseball leagues. Dudes in their 70s and 80s are going out here playing baseball. I think it's great.
That is great.
One of my old professors, Max Usler, is playing. I don't know if he's still playing, but he was for a very long time. Playing, wood bat league games and things of that nature against other dudes. And so they have a lot of fun doing it, and you can do it. So I'm excited to see what that guy can do tonight. Also, too, we talked a lot about Salvi yesterday and picking up that contract option. That dude is white hot right now. There's nobody hotter in baseball than Salvador Perez. He had 2 more homers yesterday, Mac, and now you look at it, he's 10 shy of 300 right now. And so that is a realistic goal to be chasing for the rest of the season. You're looking for reasons to stay in tune with what's going on with the Royals. Rich Hill today at 45 years old. Salvador Perez now 10 home runs shy, and he's got, 61 games to get those 10 home runs. I think it's obviously very doable that he can go out there and get those 10 home runs, and I'd love to see Salvador Perez get to that 300 mark this year. I think that would be one of the coolest things to see, because if he can do that and give us something to kind of root for the rest of the way, that's something we can all kind of get involved in. And I'm rooting for Salvador Perez. As you know, yesterday I said pick up the damn option. What are we waiting on?
Yeah, exactly.
And make him a lifelong Royal, give him his final year if that's what he wants to do here in Kansas City, but also make sure that when he does hit that 300th home run, he isn't doing it in a Rockies uniform. The worst case scenario is that you've got, 9 home runs the rest of the way, and you're at 299. They don't pick up your option. You hit free agency, and you hit one on opening day playing for the Mariners.
That would be a travesty. No, that'd be awful.
Yeah.
That'd be a sports nightmare. You don't want that.
Right.
No, that can't happen.
Exactly, because that 300th home run, if he does it in another uniform, that's the uniform you're going to see, Salvi rounding the bases in a Twins uniform or wherever the hell it is, So you got to make sure that number 300 comes here in Kansas City.
Yeah, with 10 more, around 60 games left. I mean, there's a chance he can do it this year. I mean, 18% of the games he's got a homer, and that's completely plausible for a guy especially when he's this hot. I mean, shoot, a couple more 2-homer games, we're right there.
I mean, you think about it, we could be talking about next week. Maybe he's getting closer and closer. Man. So, and look, he's hitting home runs. They're scoring runs.
Yes, it was fun last night.
It's no secret, right? When your bats produce that you're paid to produce, the Salvies, the Bobbies, and the Vinnies, you're going to win baseball games. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. And they've just been inconsistent all season long. Last night, they were really good. Kudos to them. Down 4-1. You could have given up and, said the hell with it. The Cubs are the best team in baseball at that point in time. Now the Brewers are. They've won 11 in a row. And so they're the best team in baseball. But it would have been very easy down 4-1 just to kind of wave that white flag last night. And they didn't do it. And so I was impressed with the way that they fought back and won that game. But more impressed with Salvador Perez, because that's going to be the thing that kind of keeps me moving forward all season long.
Sure.
Just kind of watching Salvi and making sure sure he gets to that magic number of 300 wearing a Royals uniform. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan on Fescoe and Dusty. Dusty's out all week. That's Mac Morey, the other voice you hear. The Chargers are screwed. We'll tell you why next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it is summertime, and you want to make sure that you're having the best summer possible. And sometimes you get into a situation where you're not having the best time this summer. And we're talking about with love, right? This is the season to feel alive. But if your energy's low or your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. Getting treated is the first step to feeling your best for all of those summertime activities. And if you have low T, you could be feeling a number of different things, like a decrease in libido, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym. Maybe you're not sleeping great anymore and you're sad or depressed. If you have any of those symptoms, you need to go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Take their low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers and takes 2 minutes. Then schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health. They'll do all of your lab work and have your results within 30 minutes. And a licensed medical provider will review those results with you and discuss your options. Cost of the appointment is only $99. Which includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So find Heartland Men's Health today and go visit them. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Give them a call, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and there's only one thing better than Surfside baseball, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. My game is struggling, but my drinking game is not. It is very successful. The golf game, everything's left, everything's right, everything's chunked, everything's missed, but nothing is missed when I have the Surfside cocktails in my hand, and you can enjoy them on the golf course when the weather is getting better. It's light, it's refreshing, and there's no better way to drink a cocktail than on the golf course when it's hot and you need that refreshing cocktail made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting those fairways, hopefully for me eventually, hopefully a lot for you, and cheers to Surfside, the original canned cocktail of the Kansas City Royals and Dusty Likens. Must be 21 years of age, and please drink responsibly.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Flooded bathroom? AC on the fritz? When things go wrong, you need reliable service fast. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter and take $50 off any HVAC, plumbing, or electrical repair over $200. The pros at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to fix the problem. Over 40 years experience, more than 8,000 5-star reviews, plus our exceptional service guarantee means you can trust Hamilton to bring comfort and calm back to your home. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by the technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. East side, 435 southbound. Pretty heavy from the river down past Front Street. Just sluggish down towards Winter. Construction in through there has you down to 1 lane. Stay comfortable year-round with expert HVAC install. 0 down. Payments from $150 a month. Schedule now at AnthonyPHCE.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Here on 96.5 The Fan, Fescoe and Dusty with you. Dusty off for the week. Mac is on the other side today, producing and co-hosting as well. So if you got something to say to Mac, feel free to do that as well. From the 816 on the Jay's Southland Tow Service text line today, I'm going to say, my man, you got to take some caution out there. He says, tell me about it, Bob. This humidity sucks. I do asphalt, which if you didn't know, comes out of the plant at 300 degrees, doing a 400-yard stretch of road today.
Damn.
Be careful out there, my man. Seriously, be careful out there today and take care of yourself. Apparently this, from a source, this humidity is coming from something called corn sweat. I don't know. I've never heard of that before, but apparently in the central part of the United States where we are, there's a lot of corn giving off moisture, and that's causing this humidity. I just watched a video on it. It's all because of corn. They're calling it corn sweat. So if you want to do if you want to do a Google search or something like that of what the hell corn sweat is, but that apparently is what's causing all of this right now. The corn is producing extra moisture, and it's going into the atmosphere and giving us all this ability to sit here and sweat our asses off today. And so it's going to continue on probably for the rest of the week and then move across the country. And so the East Coast is going to get this in the next couple of days as well.
They're going to get the corn sweat?
Yeah, they're getting the corn sweat.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's getting the corn sweat.
Sorry,
out there
not just
today.
the Midwest.
No, not just the
Sorry.
Midwest. Everybody's going to have the corn sweats, something that you don't want to participate in today. So yesterday, I'm minding my own business, right? I'm just kind of sitting around, not really, doing much. I'm not feeling the best. I've got this, sinus thing going on and whatnot. I think a lot of people had. I talked to a lot of different people yesterday who kind of all said, the same thing. They've all got this sinus condition going on. It's all packed in there and whatnot. So it's just kind of one of those days where I'm just kind of, being lazy, if you will. Went to the J, got a quick workout in, took a steam, all that kind of stuff to try to relieve all this stuff. I get home and I'm just kind of sitting there on the couch. It's pouring out corn sweat everywhere, and I'm like, okay, what am I looking at here? And then all of a sudden, I see this story about Phillip Rivers, and I'm thinking to myself, Phillip Rivers, what's going on with Phillip Rivers? Well, he announced his retirement yesterday. Mac, play that audio, please. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
I'm Phillip Rivers, quarterback, and I'm retiring a Charger. I think gratitude really is the first thing that comes to mind.
One of the greatest gamers of his generation.
There were so many highlights and fun Sundays.
Phillip Rivers just ripped it.
So many. But what I miss and what I'm most appreciative and thankful for are those relationships. The things that were behind the scenes.
The Chargers are alive!
What you lived every day. It's the days at Murphy Canyon. On the practice field.
One time! Oh, yeah!
You miss those moments.
Hey, team, baby, team!
Oh, you're going to get me going. I picture riding down that hill, in the Qualcomm. And you just go like, man, shoot, they're fired up today. And seeing the flags and seeing the, smoke from the grills going and stuff. That just never got old. That never got old. Dang, I didn't expect to get.
Oh, yeah, getting all man, a little verklempt there, and he went on to say, and it kind of hit me the same way. It went so fast. Before you know it, Phillip Rivers is done playing football. Your career goes fast. Everything in life goes fast. That's why you have to kind of appreciate these moments, which is something I've been stressing for the last 10 years with the Royals and Chiefs doing their thing and producing to a high level. You've got to be able to enjoy this moment. And I think there are way too many sports fans out there who don't enjoy the moments, who don't enjoy the ride. And I was watching Phillip Rivers yesterday thinking to myself, did he really enjoy that ride? And I think he did. His offensive line came in at the end of the video.
That was awesome. I loved that.
Gave him the contract, and I got goosebumps. I'm like, I don't like Phillip Rivers. He was one of those guys that you competed against and loved to compete against, right? I was never a Phillip Rivers fan per se, but you could appreciate, the competitive nature and the fire that Phillip Rivers had. And he was talking about some of his great games, and he mentioned the 2018 game at Arrowhead where they won that one late in the day and in the back of the end zone.
Mike
and
Williams.
Yeah. And I remember that game like it was yesterday. I'm thinking, man, that was 2018. We're now in 2025. It's
crazy.
It's a very long time ago, pre-COVID and all that kind of stuff. And you forget about, Phillip Rivers going out there and having himself one hell of a career because he really didn't have that postseason success, and you look around and you think, man, Phillip Rivers he's a difficult kind of case study to look at when it comes to, is he one of the great quarterbacks of all time? And I'm going to be honest with you, Mac, I don't really know what to make of Phillip Rivers' career. I do believe he's a Hall of Famer. He's clearly put up the numbers to be a Hall of Famer, but he never had that postseason success. He was never able to win on the biggest of stages. And even when they were 14-2 and seemingly had home field advantage, you thought maybe they were going to have something, that they could pull out of their hat, maybe make it to a Super Bowl. Phillip Rivers never did that. He never made it into the biggest games. He was never on the biggest stage. But when he played, man, I don't know that anybody competes as much as Phillip Rivers ever competed. I mean, that guy was going after it every single play.
Yeah, I think I texted my brother and dad something very similar to that. One of the best competitors sports has ever seen is what I said about Phillip Rivers, because he truthfully was. I mean, just the fire, the passion that you could see even through that face mask, man. Like, he loved that game, and you hear it in that video, like how much he appreciates the passion for that game. I loved watching Phillip Rivers, even though he was a Charger. I loved watching him. I thought he was just what football was all about. Later in that video, they show some of his trash talk moments. The 90-yard touchdown screaming in some guy's face. He was silly. I mean, I remember that one time that I forget which time that he was playing the Chiefs. I believe it was at Arrowhead. Came over to the Chiefs sideline. He's screaming at a ref, and Andy Reid kind of turns around and kind of leans over, gives him the butt a little bit. That was awesome. So there are some great Phillip Rivers moments, man. But you can tell, at least to me, I think you're right. I think he cherished it. I think he truthfully loved it, cherished it, and I think he also thinks about it every day. I mean, he's got a son who's going to college pretty soon. He's a D1 quarterback. I think Gunner is his name. He's going to be pretty good, so I'm excited about that. Hopefully another Rivers guy continues. But yeah, man, 5-7 in the playoffs. I think they made one AFC championship game with that awesome team, LT, Gates, all those guys. But yeah, Hall of Famer? I don't know, man.
I think he is. I do. I know the postseason success isn't there, and that's how we judge quarterbacks. But again, Dan Marino's in the Hall of Fame, and he didn't have any postseason success. And so I think you may have to kind of separate those, because at the end of the day, the playoffs and winning Super Bowls, it's team. But for whatever reason, it's become a quarterback stat. Like, that's not me who's come up with that. That's just kind of the way the game has evolved, the media has evolved, and the way that we judge, players and whatnot. We judge it based on what they've done in the postseason. How many Super Bowls do you have? It's the first question we ask a quarterback. How many Super Bowls did he win? We don't ask that about anybody else on the field, other position. It's just the quarterback, and that's all the talk is how many Super Bowls, how many playoff wins, and Phillip Rivers didn't have that in the MVPs. Did he have an MVP? He didn't even have that either.
No,
but
that's the thing. That's why it's tough. Like, because I think I brought up to you and Spec a few weeks ago, like randomly Matt Ryan as an MVP, and you and Spec were like, no, Matt Ryan's not an MVP. And I'm like, okay, well, if he's not, and I don't know, I think Phillip Rivers is better, probably played at a higher level longer than Matt Ryan, but I don't know if the peak was as good as Matt Ryan's one-year peak was. So I don't know. It's a tough question. I would put him in because I think he's what football is all about. I think if you tell the story of the early 21st century of football, I think Phillip Rivers and the Chargers belong in that story. So yeah, I wouldn't be mad if he was in it.
No, I don't think anybody would be mad. I do think he is a Hall of Famer, but I also think that, when it comes down to people arguing in that room, that postseason, success or lack thereof is going to be something that a lot of people talk about. And, when I heard he was walking away and you said he was 5-7 in the postseason, right?
Yeah.
How many Patrick Mahomes playoff wins have we seen? 17 playoff wins for Patrick Mahomes in the postseason. And how many playoff losses? 3?
Yep.
3
or 4.
2 Super Bowls and 2 AFC championship games. So what's he, 17-4?
Yeah, 17 or 18-4, yeah.
In the postseason, like Patrick Mahomes, what he's doing, I think we still have to compartmentalize and realize how unbelievable Mahomes is and all the stuff that he's been able to do right now, and shows you, quite honestly, how hard it is to win. And I think at times we do take it for granted that Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are just going to show up and they're going to go out there and they're going to beat you and they're going to end up in the Super Bowl. Eventually, it's going to happen where they're not there in the Super Bowl. Eventually, it's going to happen where somebody else is hosting the AFC Championship game and the Chiefs aren't part of that. And so eventually we're going to get to that level where all of this success is now in the rearview mirror. And so when I was listening to Phillip Rivers a little bit yesterday, I was kind of putting into perspective of what Patrick Mahomes has done and realizing that, my God, he's doing stuff that we've never seen in the NFL before. And we have to be very appreciative of what he has brought to the table, because if Patrick Mahomes were to retire today, there'd be zero debate on whether or not he belongs in the Hall of Fame. I mean, Trez Paylor said it after his third season or second season that he was already a Hall of Famer. And so that's where Patrick Mahomes is. We're going to debate Phillip Rivers on whether or not he belongs in the Hall of Fame. Patrick Mahomes is a no-brainer, and his success is really, other than Tom Brady, it's unprecedented in the NFL. And I think sometimes we lose sight of that because we're caught up in the moment. We're in the middle of it. We're worried about who the 6th wide receiver is or the 3rd offensive tackle and all that kind of nonsense that is just minutia of the game. We sometimes forget what we're living in the middle of at this point in time.
100%. And when you set the standard so high early on with the 50 and 5,000, those gaudy numbers, those eye-popping sort of things, you start to kind of veer away from what really matters. Wins, first downs on a 3rd down, your back's against the wall, you're down by 10 with 2.5 minutes left. What are you going to do? Like, no one is better at any of those situations, maybe of all time, but especially right now, than Patrick Mahomes. And I think you're right. Like, I think this is a great text. I was actually literally just about to say this, 913, so I'll give you the credit. Mahomes gets treated like LeBron. Too many people picking the little things because he's on coattails of the GOAT, and people don't like that. I think it's the exact same situation. I think that's a great point, 913, because you're right, we just saw Tom Brady for 20-plus years be this anomaly to sports and football, and Mahomes is doing that same thing, maybe just like a hair behind what Tom Brady was doing, and everyone's like, oh, man, Mahomes, this is literally the 2nd greatest football player you've ever seen. You just saw the first right before, so you're a little bit less, enthused about it. And I think LeBron would be the same thing. I mean, this guy is 40 years old. He's a top 10 player in the league, a top 15 player. He averages over 20 still for 20-plus years, still one of the best athletes we've ever seen. And people are like, not MJ.
Right.
So it's really easy to do that in sports. And I think I did this with Kobe Bryant. After Kobe was gone, I was like, damn, I really wish I would have appreciated him as an athlete and as a player more. So I'm trying to do that with LeBron James and with other guys, too, as I watch these guys.
And LeBron may be at the end, too. I mean, this could potentially be his last season. I saw some stuff about that yesterday, that he's kind of laying the groundwork that this may be, the last season he plays in the NBA, his 21st year or something like that. I mean, so a kid who was born when LeBron started can now drink and celebrate LeBron's retirement. I mean, when you put it in that sort of perspective, right? It really kind of brings it down to earth. But for you as well, I mean, you don't remember life without LeBron James. I mean, you had mentioned, like, still the comparisons to Jordan. There was like a 10-year lag in between Jordan's career and when LeBron came onto the scene. Patrick Mahomes took over for Tom Brady immediately. They played against each other. There was no lag time to kind of forget about Tom Brady and really appreciate, what Patrick Mahomes is doing. And so that's, I think, the difference in that. They had about a decade where Michael Jordan wasn't part of the game, and then LeBron came in, and we're still comparing him to Michael Jordan as opposed to kind of moving forward and seeing, LeBron take off by himself and become one of the greatest players of all time. But it's all about comparisons, and so Phillip Rivers is going to be interesting to see. The text line's all over the place, whether or not he's a Hall of Famer, which is exactly what I thought it would be, right? I absolutely 100% thought it would be that way. Is he a Hall of Famer or isn't he a Hall of Famer? But also one of my favorite people to compete against, too. A lot of fun competing against Phillip Rivers, right? Like you look across the field and you say, is it fun competing against Joe Burrow? No. Is it fun competing against Josh Allen? I think it is fun competing against Josh Allen. I think it's fun competing against Lamar. And I thought it was fun competing against Phillip Rivers, where you can appreciate and respect who those guys are and what they bring to the table. And win or lose, at the end of the day, you're going to shake their hand and you go, that was a hell of a game, man.
Yeah, damn good game. And you know that guy gave 100% effort and wanted it just as much, if not more, than even you did. Who's the Phillip Rivers now? Because we had a funny text like, I can't remember where it is. Oh, there it is, 214. Rivers isn't gone. He changed his name to Justin Herbert. Good regular season numbers, chokes when it matters. Yeah. So would you say he's the Phillip Rivers? Or?
I think that's a good comparison right now, right? Yeah. Like Justin Herbert does a nice job in the regular season. When it matters, really doesn't live up to it, right? I'm trying to think who else. I mean, maybe Lamar's in that category, but I hate to put him in that category.
Yeah, he's better.
But I don't.
But you're right, he hasn't.
He hasn't really won the big one yet, and it's hard right now with Patrick Mahomes in your way to win the big one. But Phillip Rivers also had Manning and Brady.
Manning and Brady.
In his way that he had to try to overcome. And I think sometimes we don't put that into perspective either, right? Like the common comeback would be, well, go out there and beat him. You're talking about Peyton Manning and Tom Brady. Not a lot of people beat Tom Brady and Peyton Manning.
Both in Rivers Conference,
right?
Too. So it's not like you get past one and, okay, meet the other in the Super Bowl and then anything can happen. No, you've got to beat both more than likely to get there.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's insanity. It's crazy. All those dudes are standing in their way. So he really never had that opportunity. And so that's where we sit with Phillip Rivers. Also yesterday, let me tell you something. You're about ready to get some goosebumps when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Every year, that's the only goal that you have is winning the Super Bowl. If we don't win it, it's a failure.
As much of a dreamer as Lamar was, I don't think he could have ever imagined this.
Superstar athletes, leading men, they're on the top of the mountain.
The Cowboys are America's team. Why don't we be the world's team?
Chiefs Kingdom!
All this pressure builds up.
No one's ever got three. When you're winning, people look at you and they're like, you're the villain. Cut the cameras quick.
It's our life. And it's an emotional game.
Greatness all day! Let's repeat! Let's make history!
A lot of ups and downs. A lot of things to fight through.
Win or lose, this team will never be the same.
How about those Chiefs?
Yeah, that's the official trailer of the Kingdom documentary that's going to air on ESPN in August. And boy, oh boy, I'm not a show watcher.
No,
I can't wait for this. I honestly cannot wait to watch this because ESPN does things the right way too, obviously, right? They do high productivity, they put out great products, they do high quality stuff, right? And this is going to be just I think wonderful. I think it's going to be one of the best documentaries that we have seen. And it's got all the players in it, right? It's got the Mahomes, it's got the Reeds, it's got people that are big names, obviously. And I think what also it's going to do, and I hope it does this because I was kind of reading a little bit about it, I think it is going to reflect a little bit on the past to kind of educate the kind of the new money fan that thinks it's always been this way around Kansas City and that we just, come out of the womb and we win championships. There's a lot of people who don't understand that groundwork was laid when Carl Peterson took over, and that's why we are here today because of what Carl Peterson did and Marty Schottenheimer did when they came in and took over this franchise for Lamar Hunt. This franchise was on the cusp of potentially being moved to a different city because there was nobody going to the games. It wasn't a good product. They just hadn't done anything in about 30 years, kind of like the Royals for a while, right? The Chiefs from basically 1970 to 1990 were totally irrelevant. And then Carl Peterson and Marty Schottenheimer came in and flipped the entire script and created what we have now, and then everybody's kind of piggybacked off it. And so I hope there's some of that in this documentary as well to kind of show everybody where we were and where we are right now. The other thing that I take away from this is the emotion we saw from Andy Reid in that video.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw Andy Reid, if ever, during a football situation like that, get kind of that emotional and reflective? And that's been one of the things that I looked at Andy Reid, and I talked to Andy about this when we've had the opportunity to have him on or up at training camp. And, Josh and I over the years would look at him and go, are you enjoying this? Are you reflecting on this? And it was always like on to the next, on to the next, on to the next. That moment there when he broke down talking about, this is our job, this is our livelihood, and he kind of caught himself before he started to cry, that was cool. That was really awesome to see.
Human moment.
Because it is a human moment. You're absolutely right about that. That right there is the emotion that fans have had. That right there is what everybody was feeling in that AFC Championship game when we beat Tennessee for the first time to go to the Super Bowl, and everybody was crying. And sometimes as the coach, the quarterback, it's hard to put that into perspective of what the fans have been, waiting for 50 years, right? And not understanding that this has been going on for a very long time, well before many people were even born that are part of the organization right now. And to see Andy Reid kind of have that emotional moment there tells me everything I need to know. He's a Chief.
Yeah, baby.
Andy Reid is us. And for so long, he was an Eagles head coach, right? He was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. But as I've told you before, we're getting to the point where there will be dudes in the NFL that have no idea that Andy Reid coached the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, we're a year or two away from that being, reality here in Kansas City, where guys will come into the league and they'll be like, he coached the Eagles? I had no idea that Andy Reid was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. But that is so far in the past. That moment right there told me everything I need to know. That's our guy. Yes. He gets us. We get him. And he's been the perfect fit in Kansas City from any side of the parking lot, any side of the state line. He was the perfect fit at the perfect time, and we embraced him. He embraced us. And I don't know that there's a better marriage in sports right now than Andy Reid, Kansas City Chiefs, and the Kansas City community, man. It was emotional for me to see him get emotional. And I kind of fist pumped. I'm like, yes, finally, Andy is feeling like he gets it. He understands what we're doing, and he's taking that time to be reflective, because I think you do need to take that time in the moment to kind of reflect on what you've been able to accomplish, because what they've been able to accomplish, Mac, has been second to none.
All time. And I think it'll give us all that same opportunity, Bob, to kind of really look at this and relish in this and respect and appreciate the history that a lot of us know, but we can appreciate so much more. And I think also, the point that I'll make is, get ready for the future too, because I think at the end of this doc, you're gonna really see how motivated and how ready they are for this year too, coming back from what happened last year. So man, I got goosebumps. I'm so excited, and yeah, man, just seeing Andy get emotional like that makes you think back and go, damn, man, let's go. Way to go, brother. And the moments he's provided for us as a city, as fans, it's like you said, second to none.
Yeah, and there's also talk in that documentary of them all crying after that Super Bowl loss and how emotional it was to lose that Super Bowl to the Philadelphia Eagles. And I know firsthand how emotional it was. I saw somebody after that game and got a huge hug from this individual, and he was crying on my shoulder. So that's how emotional it was for a lot of people in that organization. They wanted that third Super Bowl so bad. Yeah. And that's why I think right now, as the text line points out, we are so winning a Super Bowl this year. Yeah, we are. And I hate to tell everybody else that around the NFL, you don't stand a snowball's chance in hell, or a snowball's chance with corn sweat. You have no chance of competing against this team this year, because they are determined, they are bound, and it all begins today up in St. Joe. And then that documentary will come out on August 14th. Coming up here on 96.5, The Fan, we'll do our Hot Corner, our Tough Tuesday, and who's next? Well, I think we may have found him. Next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what you man?
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, as we're talking about football, it has me thinking about fall, and it has me thinking about, hey, you know what? If we get into the fall season and I don't have to make 2 mortgage payments, I'm going to be sitting great. I'm going to be sitting pretty. And my friends at Golden Oak Lending can help you do that. But you have to take their free mortgage checkup, and it is going to be the best phone call that you've made, because if you can save money and skip 2 mortgage payments, who doesn't want to celebrate that? And with the free mortgage checkup at Golden Oak Lending, you're going to do all the talking. They'll answer the phone, and you'll say to them, hey, this is what I want to accomplish. These are my financial goals. Can we find a way to get there? And Golden Oak Lending will see if they've got a mortgage that is better than the one that you're in right now. If they do, great. They'll tell you about it. And if they don't, They'll tell you about that as well and tell you to come back in a couple of months when the rates may drop. That's Golden Oak Lending, always looking out for their customers. They've looked out for us for the last 10 years. And the free mortgage checkup is risk-free. No paperwork or credit card required. It's just a simple phone conversation. 913-890-GOLD. 913-890-GOLD. The average cash-out customer with Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month. So call them today or visit them at goldenoaklending.com. But better yet, take that conversation. 913-890-GOLD. And let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
There is only one National Summer Arms Show, and it returns to Kansas City this weekend only. Bigger than ever. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from coast to coast and border to border. All gathering at the KCI Expo Center for one incredible weekend. Discover vintage rifles and handguns, modern arms, and collectible militaria. From Civil War artifacts to today's tactical gear, there's something for everyone. Stock up on ammo, brass, reloading gear, and military surplus. Explore blades from everyday carry to high-end collectibles. Visit the Colt collectors, the high standard collectors, and the returning Marlin firearms collectors. There's no buyer's premium, just $15 a day or $20 for a weekend pass. Kids 15 and under are free with an adult admission. The 54th Annual National Summer Arms Show, this Saturday, July 26th from 9 to 5 and Sunday 9 to 3. It's the Midwest's highest caliber event and the 5th largest arms show in America. Details online at nationalsummerarmshow.com. That's nationalsummerarmshow.com.
Well, we just got back from a weekend trip, and Park and Go was at the center of everything for us. When we left on Thursday, we went to Park and Go and scanned the reservation that we made right after we made our flight reservation, and they had our covered parking spot ready for us because they knew we were coming. We drove down, got into that covered parking spot, and as soon as we pulled in, the van met us and took us right to the airport terminal. But I love Park and Go when I come back from a trip because you know how it is when you come back from a trip. You land, you're tired, you just want to get home. Well, at Park and Go, they get you home as fast as anybody because we pulled into the gate at 4:28 on Sunday, and by 5:20, I was at my house. Less than an hour. That's the service you get at Park and Go. They pick you up right as your flight lands. Just grab your bags, walk outside, jump on the bus, and you're right back to the trunk of your car. Park and Go takes care of everything. Covered parking, easy to make reservations at bookparkandgo.com, and the ability to prepay and save money as well. When you prepay, you're going to get their lowest rate. So join their frequent parker program like we did and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back.
Almost Andy Reid here. Renner Garage Door has proudly served KC for nearly 70 years. Get your free estimate today, RENNER, forward and back.
RENNER.
R-E-N-N-E-R.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 southbound gets heavy before 210. Stays off again, on again, very heavy. Just crawling down towards Front Street. Construction in through there has you down to one right lane getting by. Then it stays slow through the construction zone towards Winter. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Sweat Tuesday here on 96.5 The Fan. It is nasty, it is humid, it is gross outside. And if you're watching on the video stream on YouTube, feel free to subscribe and put that at the top of your YouTube feed. And you can see Mac's hair. It is all over the place today from that corn sweat that is going on out there today. But again, as we've talked about, I can't even see outside the window today. I mean, it is just wet. It is nasty. It is gross.
Crazy. It's disgusting.
It's one of the grossest days that I've ever seen. I might have rather have snow than what we're doing, right?
Yes.
Like, wouldn't you rather just drive in snow than go out there in this today? I mean, my goodness.
BBL stinky.
Yeah, that's it. It is. Yeah. Everybody's going to be corn sweating it up. I mean, it is just nasty out there today. So, again, be safe as we've talked about.
Do we put that in the bathtub too, or it's just normal sweat?
Yeah, you just put the corn sweat in the bathtub.
The corn sweat in the bathtub too? Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We put the corn sweat in the bathtub for the Royals. They did that last night.
They did that last night.
In sports, we spend so much time, as we talked about over the last, 50 minutes or so, trying to kind of find that next, right? We talked about it with LeBron James and Michael Jordan and Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, and we spend all this time, trying to anoint somebody as the next. Have we ever seen the person that we wanted to anoint as the next truly take over as the next? I mean, I don't know. Who was immediately the next after Jordan? Was it Kobe right away where they tried to say he's going to be the next? Or
Yeah, probably.
Maybe, and then.
But I don't know if he took over like that, right?
Yeah, I don't think that he did.
Won with Shaq. Shaq was the MVP of those finals, not Kobe.
Right. So he was never really the next for Michael Jordan or anything like that. It was obviously, we were trying to say LeBron James.
Did people think Tiger Woods was going to be the next?
Well,
before it happened?
I think people were intrigued by Tiger Woods. I don't think anybody,
a prodigy or something.
Yeah, right. I don't think anybody knew that he was going to be the best of all time. And I know, Jack will argue that with you based on the number of major wins. But I don't know that anybody did more for their sport than Tiger Woods did for golf, other than maybe Caitlin Clark's doing for the WNBA, and truly what Michael Jordan did for the NBA. He picked up the ball from Magic and Bird, as we've talked about, and carried that forward, right? And so football, got a benefit from baseball going on strike, and so everybody became a football fan in the summer of '94, and that's how the NFL got to the level that it's at right now. We've never really had that baseball player who's going to be the next Babe Ruth. I mean, we waited 100 years for Ohtani, really, to kind of take over the game, right?
And that kind of just happened. No one was like, get ready, man. Ohtani, he's the next.
Right.
Pitching in. No one was saying that.
But in golf, we found ourselves, looking at that all the time and going, who's the next Tiger Woods? Who's the next Tiger Woods? And for the last 10 years, since his wife hit him with the golf club as he was pulling out of the driveway around Thanksgiving in 2009, we've been looking for the next, whether it was Rory or Spieth or, Dustin Johnson, whoever the case may be. We were always trying to force that next. Meanwhile, we've got a situation where we saw over the weekend, and a guy goes out there and wins his third major, and is almost ready to complete the Grand Slam, and it just kind of happened. Scottie Scheffler just kind of took over and became kind of the next. And I'm not ready to say he's the Tiger Woods and he's going to replace Tiger Woods and whatnot. I mean, Tiger was dominating at 24. Scheffler's 29, going on 30 right now. But as we were trying to force everybody else to be that next guy who was going to take, because golf was desperate once Tiger left because it wasn't going to be as popular. They had to find the next, and they're trying to force the next in there. Sometimes we just have to let the next happen. I don't think anybody, when Patrick Mahomes was drafted, thought he was going to be the next Tom Brady, right? It just all of a sudden happened. I would imagine when that draft happened, more people probably would have thought Deshaun Watson was going to be the next Tom Brady was going to be the next great quarterback, that was going to be the star of the league. And we know what happened with him. He dissipated fast in the NFL, and Patrick Mahomes just kind of took over. But nobody was forcing Patrick Mahomes to be that next. It just happened. And while golf was trying to force everybody under the planet to be the next, we have a guy that's going out there in Scotty Scheffler and just winning golf tournaments and really doing it in a cool way where he's as boring as hell, but he's also a guy that understands, like, golf is fun, but it's not the end-all, be-all. And they had the Nike ad yesterday with his son, Bennett, out there on the golf course, which said, you've already won, and then having this doesn't hurt either, And I thought that was really cool, being a dad, realizing and keeping things into perspective, what really matters most. It's not what you do in life at work. It's how you're a dad and how you take care of your kids and how you take care of your family. And Scotty Scheffler looks like a guy who's out there, and that's what he pours his heart and soul into. And I find that to be very, very cool. And at the same time now, he's taking over golf. Will he be the next Tiger Woods? Hell if I know. But you know what? We don't have to try to find that right now. He's dominating. He's boring, but he's dominating right now. And I heard that a lot yesterday. I listened to many radio shows yesterday, Mac, and so many people were saying the same thing. Scotty Scheffler's boring. Scotty Scheffler's boring. Scotty Scheffler's boring. I'm like, yeah, he may be boring, but maybe we're starting to see a turn now where people want more entertainment from their athletes, not just the sports stuff, too.
Yeah, they want it. They want the extracurricular. They want the jokes. They want, a cool lifestyle. Scotty's not going to do it. The coolest thing that Scotty did was get arrested before a tournament. That's the most memorable thing Scotty Scheffler's done, besides maybe hit a cool putt or something for a golf nerd. But for you and I, he got arrested, and that was a crazy thing that happened. Then he went and won the tournament or whatever. Right. It was like, whoa, that's kind of cool. Yeah. But it wasn't about the golf. It was about that happened. But yeah, you know what? So what if he's boring? He's great. He is what he is. He doesn't have to be the next Tiger. We don't always have to do that. LeBron doesn't have to be the next MJ. LeBron's just LeBron. Scotty Scheffler could just go down as a great all-timer. Who knows?
Yeah.
And right now he's on pace to be.
But that's what we do in sports, find the next. I'm sure in a couple of years we're going to be saying who's the next Patrick Mahomes before, maybe it's Arch Manning. Let's get to our hot corner, our tough Tuesdays this week. Who's having a tough Tuesday for you, Mac?
I'll go with the Clippers. Let me just read you off their roster. Nicholas Batum's 36. Bradley Beal and Bogdan Bogdanovic are both 32. Chris Dunn's 31, Kawhi Leonard's 34, Brook Lopez 37, Patty Mills 36, Chris Paul's 40, James Harden's 35. This is a senior citizen home that we're having as an NBA team, and they're trying to sell it as this last year run. We're going all in. This Clippers team's going to be bad. They're going to be hurt by Game 82. And they're going to maybe make the play-in. That's the Clippers. I'm sorry to my brother Asher. Love you, brother, but it's going to be a tough year for you as a fan. So it sucks.
So you're on the Clippers.
Yeah.
My tough Tuesday, and we'll get into more of it on the other side, Cowboy and Bengal fans. I think both fan bases yesterday, Mac, I don't want to say had a rude awakening or anything like that, but I think yesterday they realized why their organizations are ass. I think if you woke up yesterday morning at this time and you're a Cowboy or Bengal fan, you felt pretty good. Okay, fine, whatever. And then your owner spoke yesterday. Both of them spoke yesterday. Mike Brown in Cincinnati saying some of the dumbest things I've ever heard an owner say. And then Jerry Jones looked at Mike Brown and said, hold my beer, and I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. And so we'll get into more of that coming up on the other side. But for me, the Tough Tuesday are Cowboy and Bengal fans. Finally, the reality is setting in that these organizations are junk. They're garbage. They're trash. And the reason that they're junk, garbage, and trash is because of their leaders, their owners, and that's where it starts. Good organizations have good leaders, have good owners that empower people to do the right thing. These two dopes that sat at press conferences yesterday, I'd be running from the Dallas Cowboys and running from the Cincinnati Bengals if I was a fan. We'll tell you why next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5, The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and there's only one thing better than Surfside baseball, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. My game is struggling, but my drinking game is not. It is very successful. The golf game, everything's left, everything's right, everything's chunked, everything's missed. But nothing is missed when I have the Surfside cocktails in my hand, and you can enjoy them on the golf course when the weather is getting better. It's light, it's refreshing, and there's no better way to drink a cocktail than on the golf course when it's hot and you need that refreshing cocktail made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting those fairways, hopefully for me eventually, hopefully a lot for you. And cheers to Surfside, the original canned cocktail of the Kansas City Royals and Dusty Likens. Must be 21 years of age and please drink responsibly.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
BetMGM is making your next golf tournament winner bets more exciting with Second Chance. What's Second Chance? Ever bet on your favorite golfer to win a tournament only to see them miss the green? Well, with BetMGM's Second Chance promotion, you'll get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner bet finishes in second instead. That's right. Simply bet on any player to win a scheduled golf tournament during a promotional week. If you're right, you win. But if your pick finishes in second instead of first, you get your stake back in cash. Watch your favorite players go for the win all season long and bet knowing you'll get your stake back if they finish second. Log in today and make your picks with confidence with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Guys, if you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle. Your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatment or in-center care. That's because it's never been easier to get started on TRT. Right now, the T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com to book an appointment today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
The technicians you can trust with your house keys. Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
Getting the job done right the first time protects your home, time, and budget. This month, get $500 off a water softener and filtration combo. Schedule at AnthonyPHCE.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland, 35 northbound heavy from 152 up past Cookingham with construction. And east side, 435 southbound, finally some relief. Things are still heavy around 210, but once you get across the river, things pick up and move better. No delays past that. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Travis Kelce Appreciation Day on Fescoe and Dusty is on Thursday, August 7th, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
All
right, back at it on 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe and Dusty with you, but Dusty is not. He's on vacation. Mac Morey is producing, co-hosting for the entire week. We're very excited about that. You can see his lovely hair with the humidity corn sweat that's going on. You can watch us on YouTube, and make sure you subscribe to YouTube and subscribe to our feed so it's always on top, and you can watch us every single morning and all day long as well. The boys in the midday, Alex and Cody, they're headed up to training camp today. I'm sure they're already on the road again, getting up to camp to see what's going to happen. We'll check in with them around 9 o'clock this morning, and they'll have an opportunity to see that first practice today. 26 NFL teams are participating in their first training camp practices today. The NFL is officially back, and you know it's officially back because I saw the tweets yesterday for the Back Together weekend that is coming up this weekend on NFL Network, where they're going to be live at all of the training camps all over the country, and it's going to be a big to-do to celebrate that football is officially back, and a lot of people are very, very excited about that. One of the things we talked about yesterday and really throughout the weekend was the Coldplay couple, right? We saw the Coldplay couple do their thing in Boston, right? And leading to divorce and all that kind of stuff, or whatever it's going to lead to. And the question that I had, I go, how long is this going to last and what's going to be next? Well, I think we've already found what's next. I think the Coldplay couple, quite honestly, Mac, I think that's a thing of the past right now. The new meme that you're going to see a lot, I believe, of today is the dude who fell in the basket last night at Wrigley, right? And that guy had his legs wide open, kind of in the shape of a C. And so everybody's now using that as the first letter of words. And so I saw one yesterday that said, you know, him in the basket after Kaggs' home run, it said UBS. And I thought for a second there, I'm like, is that an ad? There's a bank, UBS Bank. And I'm like, oh, that must be an ad. Oh, my God, they're using it as cups. and I saw one this morning, Big Cat at Barstool has it in coffee, O-F-F-E-E, yes. O-F-F-E-E, coffee on that. So I think that's going to be kind of the next one. If you go into the basket like that guy did last night, you keep that ball, man. I know it's Wrigley, and I understand that's kind of what you do in that type of situation, but this guy is like stuck in the basket above the ivy in the bleachers going after that ball. Keep that thing. You dove in there like that to get that ball, to throw it back? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Foolish. Come on, man.
Stupid. Dumb. Stupid. Keep the ball. If you're going to go into the basket, you got to keep that baseball. So that'll be a lot. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, there'll be a lot of memes like that throughout the day. All right. So Cincinnati and Dallas, their owners decided to open their mouths yesterday and have conversation that I think is a detriment to their franchise, to their players, and really to their fans. Jerry Jones yesterday was talking about Micah Parsons and Micah Parsons, not having his contract signed quite yet. This is what Jerry said about Micah Parsons. Roll that wonderful beaten footage, Mac.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So that's Jerry Jones talking about his star player and lied. Just flat out lied. He says he's missed 6 games. Micah Parsons has missed 4 games in his entire career. He's missed 1 game a year. That's it. He has not missed 6 games in a season. He has not missed 6 games total. He has missed 4 games in his entire career. And if I'm Micah Parsons right now, Mac, I don't know how you feel about this. I'm not signing. I'm done. I will play out this year, and I will hit the free agent market. Dallas, other than not having a sales or an income tax down in Texas, there is nothing worthwhile about the Dallas Cowboys as an organization. We're not talking about the Chiefs. We're not talking about the Eagles. We're not talking about the Bills. We're not talking about the premier franchises. We're talking about a nondescript, living in the past, hasn't done anything in 30 years franchise. The Dallas Cowboys don't have the street cred and the ability to go out there. Jerry Jones is acting like it's the mid-'90s, and he's still the king, and everybody wants to be a member of the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys haven't been a relevant football team on the field for 30 years. The only reason that they're relevant off the field is because Jerry Jones is a master marketer. He does an unbelievable job at deflecting from everything that's going on to make you think like something real is happening down there. And after those comments yesterday, if I'm Micah Parsons, I'm not signing with the Dallas Cowboys. I would have my agent call Jerry Jones and say, we're done. I will play out this season, and you will have an opportunity to sign me in free agency just like 31 other NFL teams will do. They'll probably franchise tag him at the end of the season next year, and that will probably, screw up their salary cap or whatever the case may be. But if I'm Micah Parsons, I'm done. I'm done having conversations with the Dallas Cowboys based on that. And then Dak Prescott he throws under the bus for no reason at all. And so is Jerry Jones sitting down there and saying he's not going to get into contracts with players because he fears injury? If that's the case, sell the team, Grandpa.
Or pay your players when you're supposed to. You could have paid Dak Prescott 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You waited until he had like an MVP caliber season, and then you were mad that you had to pay him $50 million guaranteed a year or whatever it is. Micah Parsons could have been paid 2 years ago. You could have done a George Karlaftis type deal. And I'm not saying value-wise, but I'm just saying as far as pay him early. This is what they always... CeeDee Lamb, you paid him late. And is CeeDee Lamb happy? No. He's on the sidelines bitching every time he gets a chance to. Dak Prescott, is he happy? No, he's upset. He's getting hit on the ground. They're not winning football games. It feels like he's gotten worse since that contract's been signed, not better. I think Micah Parsons, and I would say, he's probably not going to do that. But then J.J. Watt tweets, well, anytime you can publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it. Nothing makes your guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. And Micah Parsons retweeted that from J.J. Watt.
Yeah, he did.
So he's not going to be quiet about this either. It seems like, okay, you want to do this? You want to say you want to literally get facts wrong about how many games I've missed and talk about my character as a player and then throw my star quarterback under the bus? Yeah, man, screw you. There's no reason to stay in Dallas right now.
No, there really isn't. And it's not the Dallas Cowboys of the 90s. It is a nondescript organization. They're no better than the Arizona Cardinals. They're kind of on that same page of irrelevant football teams. And when you have an owner that has no business being the general manager and then said yesterday he thought for like maybe a split second of resigning as general manager but isn't going to do that, that's why that team is in the dumper. It all starts with the owner. And Cincinnati is now going through that as well. Mike Brown, who is the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, spoke yesterday about Shamar Stewart's contract situation and had this to say.
Does this one feel unique?
This one is surprising. I hesitate to get into the detail, but basically it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that, or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. He says, or his agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs.
What?
Dude, shut up.
Right there, I'm hearing from my owner, Mike Brown. If I'm Shamar Stewart, what I'm hearing from him is, you don't trust me. You don't know me. You know nothing about me. You have probably had maybe one conversation with me, and you don't want to get any guaranteed money because there could be violence towards women or jail time. I've never heard an owner say anything like that in my entire life. If you're behind bars, you're not getting paid because you're not working. You're not getting a guaranteed contract. That goes by way of gone. It's gone. You go to jail. If you go to jail, Odyssey ain't paying you anymore, right? Because you're not doing the job. Henry Ruggs ain't getting paid right now, right? He's in jail. That's the way things go. When you go to jail, you do not get paid by your employer because you're not working for them anymore. But to me, it comes down to trust. Have you ever heard Clark Hunt say anything like that?
No.
Not even remotely.
No, not even close
to anything that Jerry Jones or that Mike Brown, the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals, said yesterday. And that's why when you look at the situation here, yes, it's Andy Reid. Yes, it's Patrick Mahomes. But Clark Hunt is the leader. Clark Hunt is the owner of this franchise, and it all starts with him. And that's why when, he hired Andy Reid, he changed as an owner as well. He allowed Andy Reid to kind of do his thing and set up the organization differently. He made those changes, and now it's become a place where players want to be and coaches want to coach and fans want to root for this team. Cincinnati and Dallas right now, how are you going to recruit players? How are you going to go out there and win free agent battles when you're trashing your star players on the day of training camp? And then if you're in Cincinnati, you're saying, well, I don't want to sign this guy to a long-term deal who I don't even know who I just drafted in the first round because there may be jail time. I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. You say the Bengal fans are on the side of Mike Brown, huh?
Oh, yeah. They've done a complete 180. Bengals fans on Twitter are now in support of their owner, saying that he's saying the right thing. And I don't even think that necessarily the contents of what Mike Brown is saying is wrong. Like, hey, you don't want to pay a guy who could go to jail or do criminal. Okay, then why did you hire him? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Imagine your boss saying, hey, man, I don't really know if I'm going to pay you as much as we talked about because, something could happen. But you hired me.
Yeah.
So you hired me, you interviewed me, you did your due diligence to come to the determination, okay, I trust this person. I'm going to employ this person. This person's going to represent my brand out on the streets because I am now paying them because I have entrusted them with that respect, with that what I would say if I was employed, hired, drafted, whatever it may be, I would have earned that right to the respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the first round, especially, Shamar Stewart sitting here, man, you've talked to me one or two. You're right, Bob. You've probably had one conversation with me.
Yeah, the day you drafted him.
Yeah, we probably had a 5-second conversation on the phone. Hey, thanks so much, sir. Really appreciate it. And now you're talking about me beating women?
Yeah.
What the hell?
I mean, what in the hell
what
is
that?
going
on?
I mean,
yeah, Bengals fans are pretty much in complete support. And again, I'm not saying that you don't want to pay someone that could do something wrong, but then why did you draft them? What's going on?
But to me, it just comes back to the trust issue. This guy right now is showing he doesn't trust this player who he just drafted. And if I'm Shamar Stewart, based on those comments by Mike Brown, I might sit out the year. I might say, you know what? This isn't going to be a situation that works out here for me in Cincinnati. I want to go someplace else or force your hand to be traded because how can you work for somebody? How can you work for a boss that legitimately sat there and said, I don't want to pay guaranteed money in case something bad happens and he ends up in jail? I've never heard anything like that in my entire life. That is absolutely horrible for somebody to say that.
No, it is.
And it's going to have a trickle-down effect on the rest of that organization because nobody's going to want to play in Cincinnati and nobody's going to want to play in Dallas.
And speaking of, Trey Hendrickson not reporting to their first day of training camp today.
Right. And Mike Brown said yesterday, we think it'll get done.
That's what he said.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll
right.
see. If you're Trey Hendrickson, you're looking at that right now, you go, are you going to do the same thing to me that you're doing to this kid?
Yeah, F that, dude.
Yeah, screw you, man. Seriously, screw you. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we got Mac's Chiefs burning question. We're 45 days away from that first game, and we do one word, and we do it next.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Men, summertime is here. And that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Call Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Our iconic blue trucks and expert team get it right the first time. Award-winning full-service lawn care and pest control since 1985. Call today for a free estimate. Visit aspenlawn.com.
At Metal by the Foot, we pride ourselves on delivering the highest quality metal to meet your exact needs. Located in Casey and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon, Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and picture day perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
35 northbound, heading from 152 up towards Cookingham. Still slow rolling with construction. 29 southbound, off again on against Soul from Armour into the downtown loop. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Coming up in about 10 minutes here on 96.5 The Fan. We'll also talk to Alex and Cody. They went up to training camp today for the first day of the Chiefs at St. Joe. So we'll talk to them in the 9 o'clock hour. Tammy Reed, The wife of Andy Reid will join us at 9:30. She's got something really, really cool going on in Westport that she's excited to talk about when it comes to the Westport Historical Society and a way that you can win a pretty cool Chiefs prize pack that allows you to get on the field and tickets to a game. So you're going to want to be listening at 9:30 to figure out how you can enter to win one of the coolest prizes that I've seen given away in any sort of situation. So you want to be listening at 9:30 for that here on Fescoe and Dusty. Dusty's off today and for the rest of the week. Mac is producing and co-hosting as well, and trying to avoid the corn sweat that is taking place outside. I was just listening to KMBZ as I walked by their studio, our sister station. Like, well, we could see flash flooding later on today if the storm out in Kansas remains together, but it looks like it may be falling apart, so there's chances are that we may not see flash flooding, but there's chances are we may see flash flooding today. I mean, it is crazy weather patterns that we're seeing right now out in the great state of Kansas that's moving our direction. So be careful out there today. If you see flash flooding, stay away from it. My daughter was talking to me about that yesterday. I heard some woman got washed away on Indian Creek Trail last weekend, and yeah, apparently so. It happened. Somebody lost their scooter because they're trying to go into these deep waters.
Oh yeah,
if
can't do that.
If the flash floods are coming, stay away. Don't drive into the water. So it was a good opportunity for me to tell my daughters who are just starting to drive right now, you see water, you don't drive into that.
That's a great yes, because I did do that. So way to go.
What happened?
Luckily, like I made it out. I had to reverse out of the huge puddle because I lost track. I was literally like floating. But yeah, I mean, my car stunk because there was like mold in the carpets. I mean, you couldn't get it out.
The one you're still driving?
No. This was just one car ago. Yeah. I ended up. Yeah, I told you, man, I was bad with cars. I crashed that car just a few months later. But yeah, that was a nice Prius. Wish I would still have it to this day.
Yeah. Why did you drive it into the puddle?
Because I was an idiot.
Yeah.
Because I was stupid and I didn't know the value of cars, of my life, of other people's lives.
How old were you when you did that?
16.
Oh, okay. So
17.
Yeah, right where my kids are kind of right now.
Yeah, right in that same kind of range. Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to teach them young. Hey, don't drive into that puddle. I mean, if you see there's a water up there,
simple.
Go back the other way.
Yes.
There's nowhere you need to go. I mean,
you are not invincible. And that's
right.
I was, man. I was, dude.
You were that kid?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing could break me. Let's go.
Gotcha. So just drive into a puddle and get washed away, and then you're dead. You know?
Exactly.
So be careful. If there is flash flooding, stay away from it. What do we have today for our Chiefs question?
45 days, first day of camp, officially. I feel like we've been talking about it a while, and it's already here. It's insane how quickly this moves. Bob, you were just telling me it was Halloween yesterday.
Right?
Now
it's almost
July.
Halloween. It's
almost Halloween again.
I was at the store yesterday. The Halloween candy is out.
No.
Hell yeah. I went to the drugstore.
Jeez.
Yeah. The Halloween candies at the Reese's Pumpkins are out.
Damn, those are good, though.
And I sent a picture of that to a friend of mine, and the response was, well, it's that time of year. It's July.
It's July. It's not even August.
I mean, we haven't even gotten to August yet. Like, the back-to-school candy isn't even out yet.
Back to school candy?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what's kind of next, right? You know, like Reese's that are made to look like books or pencils or something like that. I mean, they're doing it for everything else.
So Thanksgiving will be out in a couple weeks. Christmas will be out in a month.
I mean, okay, so this morning I was driving in, and I came on Johnson Drive today because I was trying to still clean the car from the humidity, right? I swear I saw somebody's window with a Christmas tree already, and it lit up.
Come on.
Yeah. People are getting in the act early.
No,
they
December 1st.
want it early, yeah. So go out there, get your Halloween candy because it is now available. All right, what's your burning question today?
Burning question. I ask you, two-parter related. Is the tight end standard too high in Kansas City? And with that, I parlay it with what is Travis Kelce's stat line next year, because last year it was just under 900 yards, almost 100 catches, over 130 targets. He was the fifth tight end just overall as far as yards are concerned in the National Football League. But, Bob, I'll tell you what, if you talk to some people around here in Kansas City about Travis Kelce last year, he was hot garbage. He was ass. He's washed.
Right.
If you talk to some people over on the drive.
Right. I don't know, Carrington. I think he's washed.
Yes, exactly.
I think Salvi and him ought to be in a rest home.
Exactly, yes. 820 yards last year on 97 catches, only 3 touchdowns, which hopefully that number will go up. But I ask you, is the tight end standard too high here in Kansas City, and what is his stat line?
All right, let's approach the first one first,
yes,
okay?
Please.
Is the tight end standard too high in Kansas City? Explain that to me for a second. Like, are you talking about like Noah Gray and Wiley and guys like that that are behind Travis Kelce that we're going to hold up to that same level? Because we have had two of the greatest of all time play the position here in Kansas City. And I remember when Tony left and they got Tony Moeaki, everybody just thought immediately he was going to take over and be like what Tony Gonzalez was. Never amounted to that, obviously. Travis Kelce has taken what Tony Gonzalez did and became better than what Tony Gonzalez. So now the game is different than when Tony Gonzalez played. It's become more of a tight end league, yada, yada, yada. Here we sit. That's nothing against Travis Kelce. It's just that the game has changed and it's become a tight end game. Every team in the league now has a legitimate tight end, it seems like. It's become kind of the cool position, right?
Very much so.
And so I look at that and say, is the tight end standard too high here in Kansas City? The answer to that question is probably yes, because whoever comes after Travis Kelce will be held to those standards. But those are the standards we've been given since, 1997 or whatever it was when Tony Gonzalez was drafted. We've been very fortunate to watch two of the greatest of all time. So we're kind of like, that's what we expect. It's kind of what we expect because we've had it here for the last 25 years.
And I think the standard will be too high for whoever's next. I guess I'm more talking about if Travis Kelce were to go out and have 750 yards and 5 touchdowns, I think a lot of people would go, damn, Kelce's done.
At 35, that's a hell of a season, I think.
I think that's a hell of a season, period. 750. You would have been tight end 5 last year. He would have, if he had 650 yards, he'd be tight end 11. I'm just saying, I think here in Kansas City, I think we kind of, because we've had tight ends who are equate wide receiver production, now in Kansas City, we all kind of go, 650, you're not getting 1,000 yards. 3 tight ends last year got 1,000 yards. We've never had a year that more than 3 tight ends have gotten 1,000 yards in the same season. That'll probably change, to your point, more tight end talent. It's becoming a bigger part of the game.
Mm-hmm. And people not wanting to pay the wide receiver money, so they turn to the 100%. Tight end, and as soon as the tight end start cashing in, we'll find somebody else.
Exactly. We'll find fullbacks again, right?
Yeah, right.
Exactly. But Bowers, McBride, and Kittle were the 3 with 1,000 yards. I just think it is an anomaly that has made the normality here in Kansas City, and it's just, to be quite frank, it's just not actually a normality anymore.
Yeah, I think we do probably hold Travis Kelce to a higher standard where we look at him and say, okay, if you don't have 90 and 1,010 touchdowns, then you didn't have a good year. 90, 1,010 touchdowns is insanely stupid.
That's crazy,
I mean, it's nuts.
It's a historic season.
Yeah,
seriously.
It is a historic season, and I think he is going to have a historic season. 90, 910.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I feel it, man.
I love it.
I feel it in my plums, as we like to say,
yes,
that Travis Kelce is going to go out there and dominate this year. I do believe that this is going to be that swan song, and they're going to have so much fun. They're going to do so many different things, and he wants to go out on a high note. I still think until he doesn't, Travis Kelce has the opportunity to give you 900 yards and double-digit touchdowns every single year. What do you think he's going to do?
I'd have him more in probably that 700-ish yard category.
And that's good.
And I think that's really good.
Yeah.
I think 9 touchdowns. I think you mentioned 10 touchdowns. Yeah, maybe let's make it 7 or 8. But I think they're going to use him a lot in the red zone. I think they're going to use him a lot in third down. I think he's still a top 7 tight end in this league easily. I think when it comes down to playoff games, third downs, when the moments really matter, he'll be tight end number 1 still.
Yeah, we're either going to see one of two things with Travis Kelce this year. We're going to see him go out there, do 90, 910, or absolutely disappear. And then we're going to know that it's over, right?
It'll be a cliff if it happens.
Look, find me an NFL player, other than Tom Brady for that matter, or any athlete where it wasn't a cliff in that last year. It happens. And again, that's why I've said, appreciate these moments. You don't know when they're going to end. And we got Travis Kelce potentially at the end this year. I think it goes one of two ways. I either think he dominates or dissipates. And I don't want to see him dissipate because I don't want that to be the lasting memory of Travis Kelce where he played that last year on one leg and, drug himself through the postseason and managed to have 30 catches for 250 yards or something like that. Like, we don't want that to be the last we see of Travis Kelce. So I do believe he's going to go out there and dominate.
Yeah, I think he'll have a fantastic season. I think if he has more like the 900,000 yards that you're kind of mentioning, I think that's probably because the Rashee Rice suspension is longer. Maybe someone gets hurt. I think he's going to look like a better football player this year. I think just based off of the pictures of him, and I'm not usually this guy, but he looks like to be in better shape than he was last year. He looks healthier. He seems locked in. The No New Heights podcast for a certain amount of time feels like that's another kind of a sign of saying, hey, we're really going to strap down and lock in because this is it. This is the swan song. This is the year. And it's a revenge tour. And it starts now. It starts today.
Yeah, it really does. It is, and that's a good way to put it. It is the revenge tour. And somebody on the text line earlier said, it reminds me of the 15 Royals. Like, you lost in 14 and immediately said, we're winning this again next year. And I kind of feel like that's where the Chiefs are right now. They look at what happened in that Super Bowl, and now they're on the revenge tour. It's the Chiefs' revenge tour and the final, the last dance, if you will, for Travis Kelce.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
Bob, we haven't talked a lot of Royals today, but they won last night, and they won big. They merit a little bit of talking about. 12-4, they beat the Cubs, which in yesterday's time, they were MLB's best team. Milwaukee surpassed them after their 11th straight win. They are now 60-win team, the Milwaukee Brewers are. One word on the Royals winning 12-4 last night.
Big. They needed that one, especially being down 4-1, and you're trying to salvage the season. There's a ways to go until the season is salvaged. You're still below 500. There's still a ton of teams ahead of you for the wild card and all of that kind of stuff. But that was big last night because when they were down 4-1, I thought to myself, well, they're not going to come back from this one. Sucks. Noah Cameron, made one mistake or whatever it was, the 3-run homer early. And I didn't think they'd come back because they really haven't shown the ability to do that with the bats this year. Very inconsistent with the bats, but they did. And Salvi hit a couple of home runs last night, which was awesome. And he's now 10 away from 300. And I think that is very, very important to keep an eye on. 10 more home runs this season, and Salvi will be at 300, and that will be a lock for the Hall of Fame.
And I think 18 more home runs he surpasses George Brett for all time in Royals history, which is also another really cool thing. My one word would be Salvador Perez, man. White hot, couple home runs last night, really good. The other one word would be streak. Let's go. Get a win streak going. Make this consistent. Get the whole town back in and hype for the Royals, because I know
it's going to be hard to get the whole town back in with training camp started right now.
Absolutely. No, it would take a streak.
Yeah, I don't think the town will be back unless they make it into the postseason. And that's fair. That is absolutely fair. You got to keep people interested. You got to keep people engaged. You came out of the All-Star break. You lost your first 2 to the Marlins, and I imagine, like a lot of people, see you later. It's now training camp on Tuesday.
Yep.
People are focused on St. Joe. It's going to take a lot to bring people back.
One word, the Big 12 getting offers for teams to join their league. Memphis, the Memphis Tigers, approached the Big 12, $200 million offer. Big 12 said, not interested.
Good is the one word that I will use. The Big 12 needs to get away, and I hate to use the term like these junk schools, but like you're a Power 5 conference. You can't be loaded up with UCF and Houston and Memphis and, all of these, kind of second-rate schools. You look around the Big 12 conference, they need to find a way to go poach legitimate talent from other conferences like other conferences have done to the Big 12, right? You've lost Missouri, A&M, Nebraska, Colorado, they're back. Texas, Oklahoma. You've lost all your powers. The Big 12 right now, that conference stinks. There's nobody worth a darn right now in the Big 12 conference when it comes to the football side of things. Their last 2 teams to win titles, national championships in football, BYU in 1984 and Colorado in 1992.
Wow.
Those are the only 2 Big 12 teams that have won a national championship in football. Memphis wanted to buy their way in with $200 million. But what does Memphis do for you as a league? Doesn't make you any better. You're Conference USA. I mean, that's essentially kind of what the Big 12 has become. They've got to find a way to not add these directional schools and these nondescript places, and they need to go try to poach these other schools like the Big 12 has been poached.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing they even they're an okay football school with maybe one NFL prospect every other year, and they've got Penny Hardaway coaching their basketball team, which was super cool 7 years ago when he got hired, and since
has
then
it been that long?
I mean, it was a long time, because I remember I was in college. This is 7-8 years ago, because I remember it was a big deal. Well, whoa, Tennessee's going to play Memphis. They just got Penny Hardaway. This is going to be awesome. Rick Barnes, Penny Hardaway, and it turned out to be a total just whatever. He's a Jag as a coach, and that team has done nothing. They've made the tournament a couple times with him at the helm. So, yeah, I agree with the Big 12. You've got to higher the standard because the fall from grace for the Big 12 these past few years, and for really every conference, right, besides the Big 10 and SEC, hasn't been pretty to watch for college sports. One word on Robin Williams. I believe he would have been 74 today, if I'm correct.
Funny. Really, really funny. Nanu. I like Robin Williams a lot. Mrs. Doubtfire. Hello. You know, he was great, but also, you know, it's hard to be a comedian and entertain because you don't know what people are feeling like inside. What they show on the outside is not necessarily what's going on the inside. I feel bad that we lost Robin Williams.
Yeah, me too, man. You said funny. I'd say actor because as funny as he was an incredible actor as well. Good Will Hunting, Dead Poets Society. He could really turn it on and be serious and make you feel certain emotions that not everyone can through a screen. He was extremely talented, very smart, witty, funny, all those things. So, yeah, sad to see him go. I saw his son post a tribute. It was really pretty to see his son talk about his dad like that.
Yeah, and also, too, Good Morning Vietnam is one of the all-time classics, too. Adrian Cronauer. Good Morning Vietnam! I mean, he was, very talented. Very talented.
And then we just talked about it. Jerry Jones, Mike Brown, both making fools of themselves. I'd say Jerry Jones more so. Could replay the audio, but I'd have to open it up. But basically, he just said, you know what? Micah Parsons missed 6 games, and I remember paying Dak Prescott a lot of money, highest paid player at his position, and he missed half the season or over half the season. Basically making a point that if you pay players, they could miss games. Wow, it's crazy. It's called sports, Jerry Jones.
Right.
One word.
Outdated. Jerry Jones is an outdated human. He's outdated for the league. He's outdated for his franchise. And you got to think, if they're America's team, allegedly, how they're still America's team is beyond me. Mark Donovan says the world's team for the Chiefs. I agree with that. Let's go. He's outdated. His team is outdated. His way of doing business from a football standpoint is outdated. He's lucky he's been able to put that big top up there and call it a circus. But Jerry Jones it's the Dallas Browns. I've said that all along. But the one word that I will use for Jerry Jones is outdated. And if that franchise is ever going to be back to where it was 30 years ago, Jerry Jones needs to step aside. I hope he doesn't. I hope Jerry Jones stays there forever because I like the fall of the Dallas Cowboys. And it's getting better and better and better. And the two places that have the most drama have two of the most, out-of-touch owners, I think, in sports. And Mike Brown in Cincinnati and now Jerry Jones down in Dallas.
Who's having sex with Jerry Jones?
I don't know, Dust, man. Pittsburgh uniforms, the Steelers came out. Man, these, I don't even know how to describe these. They're extremely yellow. They have like a weird point on the helmet, some stripes on the shoulder pads. They're Bumblebee throwbacks. These are the 1943. I think the Bumblebee is the 33, or maybe strike that, reverse it. One of those years. One word.
Ugly.
Yeah, disgusting.
And when they're wearing those uniforms, right? When they play the Packers. So Aaron Rodgers versus the Packers, and he's going to be in the throwback uniform for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It'd be great if the Packers wore their ugly navy blue, tan throwbacks. You just had an ugly throwback day. Yeah, I did see that. It's like middle of the season somewhere. They're playing them in those throwbacks.
Week 5,
ugly.
Seattle and Tampa are playing each other in throwbacks.
Ooh, that'll be
Tampa's
cool.
wearing their road throwbacks to Seattle, and they're going to have their blue and gray ones.
The gray ones, the silver. Those are two of the best throwbacks there are, man.
I agree.
That'll be a great matchup.
That'll be week 5.
Okay.
So that opportunity will be there. I think it would be cool to have throwback week where everybody was in throwback uniforms.
I would love it, man. Yeah, then the Chiefs would
wear the same one.
That's one word.
Yeah. Coming up, we'll get into our Tuesday threesome, and we'll do that next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friend Dawn Sharp is unbelievable at what she does in the real estate business. And it's not just me saying it. All of her clients are saying it as well. And here's a situation that one of her clients ran into a little bit ago, trying to turn a profit on a home that you barely lived in. Chris finally made that dream a reality when he purchased the beautiful home in Bristol Highlands up in the Northland. He thought he found his forever home, but then life had a different plan. One day, Chris met the woman of his dreams and found himself spending more time at her house than at his. And before he knew it, he was hardly ever at his own home in Bristol Highlands. He realized that it was time to make a change, and he put his house on the market. Chris was really worried about selling his home after owning it for such a short time. He wasn't sure if he would be able to break even or if he would lose money. So he reached out to Don Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, and they got to work on selling Chris's home using a strategic marketing plan, and he sold his home for a profit. The Sharp Homes team can give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Don Sharp at the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And you can find them on Google. Just Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team. It's Don Sharp and the Sharp Homes team.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 five-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Let me tell you what, Missouri, the betting windows are now open when it comes to the Underdog app, and you can go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Championships game. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog, and you can be next. And you can play right now, today, at this moment in the state of Missouri. To play, it's simple. Just download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. And you can choose from things like home runs and strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. And now with football getting back ramped up, I love combining entries from multiple sports into one selection and making that play. A couple of baseball entries here, a couple of football entries there, combined into one entry. And what's cool about it is you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So download the Underdog app now and sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See underdogfantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, a little slow at the merge of 69 highway. Then it does get pretty heavy around Antioch, stays off again, on again heavy up past Lamar, then slow up towards Mission with an accident reporting past 18th Street Expressway. Alan Carn, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Humid morning here in Kansas City. Bob and Mac with you. Dusty is off today, tomorrow, and the rest of the week. He is on vacation, and then we'll all be back on Monday as we get set for the first week where is actually a football game next week, right? We got our first football game a week from Thursday, and so I know Bink is really excited about that, and I'm sure you're excited about that as well. And, training camp begins today up in St. Joe for the Chiefs and 26 other teams as well. But this humidity out there today, this corn sweat that's going on out there, whatever it is, whatever we're calling it. I mean, I feel almost sick to my stomach today, too.
Really?
Yeah, like it's really getting to me. Like, unbelievable with the sinus thing going on, the humidity.
I know, getting it hard.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's been a bad couple of days for yours truly. So hopefully everybody else is doing okay and you stay safe today. And if you're outside in that heat, make sure you have plenty of water and take all your clothes off because there's no reason to be dressed today. It's ridiculous.
I've been pounded this week.
Yeah, speaking of that, it is time for our Tuesday threesome here on 96.5 The Fan. We do this every single week. And we have three things that are in the news right now. Okay, that's why I came up with these three things. Trent McDuffie is now the next, right? He's the next one to get that contract extension. So I've got a Trent McDuffie contract extension, a WNBA franchise in Kansas City, or an In-N-Out Burger franchise in Kansas City.
Okay, this is a good one. I'm struggling with two of them. The In-N-Out Burger, I love a good In-N-Out Burger. It's a top burger, okay? But we've got a lot of great burgers here in Kansas City. And I can travel, and I'll enjoy my In-N-Out Burger at another time.
Okay, the reason In-N-Out is in the news is because their managers make more than WNBA players.
Yes, that is true. That is true, and that should not be the case, especially for, premier players. Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, Ionescu, girls like that. I'm going to go with the WNBA franchise. Here's why.
Okay.
McDuffie extension, I want that. I think that should happen. He deserves it. The Chiefs need to make that happen. I said yesterday, other than Chris Jones, but I said, I'll be more concise. For the future of the Kansas City Chiefs defense, Trent McDuffie is the most important player on it. It is not Chris Jones.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. He's going to be here a lot longer, most likely.
Yeah, exactly. He's 25 years old or 26 years old, whatever it may be. So Chris Jones, 30, 31 years old. So I'm going to go WNBA franchise selfishly because I work here. We could get access, and I could be one of the first people there trying to make my way. It could be good for my career. I
like the way you looked at that. That's fine. Be selfish. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, selfishly, I would be at all the games. I'd be at the practices. I would try and be that guy. I would try and be the face that those players and coaches know and would feel comfortable with and get access and get inside reports and be the WNBA guy here in Kansas City. That would be my goal. So, yeah.
Okay. So you'll go with the WNBA,
I'll go with the WNBA franchise. Yeah.
See, I'm going with the In-N-Out Burger. And the reason I'm going with the In-N-Out Burger is because, in my opinion, it's permanent. It's not closing. It will always be here.
Okay.
And for years to come, I will have that opportunity to go to In-N-Out Burger whenever I want, right? Whether I'm 48, 58, 68, 78, it's always going to be here. And I don't have to travel to get the In-N-Out Burger. I'm not that interested in the WNBA team. I'm not a basketball guy. Not my cup of tea. Give me a hockey team. I'd be fine with that. Basketball is not my thing. So I wouldn't care for a WNBA team. And I think the Trent McDuffie extension is going to happen. And it's just a matter of when. The interesting thing about the Trent McDuffie extension for me is that he still technically has 2 more years on his contract, right? This year and next year with that 5th-year option. Now, you don't want to go into next season having a player on the 5th-year option and end that expiring contract. You want to get that done right now. But who do you think has more sense of urgency to get the Trent McDuffie contract signed? Is it the Chiefs or is it the player?
I think it should be the Chiefs. Personally.
Yeah.
That money's going to go up. There are more corners that are yet to sign. The more you wait, the more expensive that gets, the harder it is to retain a great player like McDuffie. If you're McDuffie, you're going, okay, well, yes, bad things could happen, right? I could get hurt. But other than that, if he plays at the standard that he's been playing at, which he should trust that he can continue that, then he's got a bag coming his way, man. The longer this takes, conversely, the longer this takes for McDuffie, the more money he will get. So I think it should be Kansas City. Just like with George Karlaftis, they were pretty urgent in getting that done, and Karlaftis obviously was receptive in that.
Yeah. So, and that's a key point there, too. You got to be receptive in doing that. It takes two to tango. The Chiefs can want to get a deal done, but if the player doesn't want to get a deal done, well, there ain't no deal to get done, right? The other thing, you used the word think. You said, I think the Chiefs should have more sense of urgency in this. Are you doubting yourself? Like, is there part of you that thinks maybe Trent McDuffie should have more sense of urgency? And if so, why?
No, I think it should be the Chiefs. I guess I was just saying I think because I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know. McDuffie may have a lot of urgency. McDuffie be going, you know what? My ankle's kind of throbbing me. I've got another year of being able to do it. You know what? I don't know what's going on inside his head, and I have no idea that that's happening. And that's probably not. I'm just making up a hypothetical, okay? Don't freak out in your car right now. But it could be the Chiefs going, they could be having more sense of urgency, and I think they should, but there could be a multitude of reasons for that. But I think it should be the Chiefs. Yeah. I think it is. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yeah, and that sense of urgency by the Chiefs, I don't know if that's going to contribute to getting the deal done. Like, I don't know if Trent McDuffie's going to have that same sense of urgency that the Chiefs probably have in this situation. Because what they did with George Karlaftis, they locked him up long-term to a very affordable contract, and that number is just going to go higher and higher and higher, especially with Trey Hendrickson and Micah Parsons still sitting out there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so you got ahead of that curve. The difference is that George Karlaftis was never going to be the number one paid defensive end in the NFL. Trent McDuffie very well should be, and probably will be, at some point, the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. He just has to understand that we can do this today, or we can wait, a year and do it next offseason. So I really do think, if you're asking me, the ball's yes, in and out, yes. But the ball, I'm talking just Trent McDuffie now. The ball's in his court. If he wants to get a deal done today, the Chiefs will be more than happy to get a deal done with Trent McDuffie. But my advice to him would be, let's see what happens after this season, right? Let's see how some of this stuff starts to fall in place, and then we'll attack it. And then in 10 minutes he signs, right?
Exactly, yeah, breaking news.
Yeah.
Here we go. An NHL team to KC. 913 says, in and out. 816 says, in and out. McDuffie's too much. 816 says, Drew, don't be one of those guys who don't understand economics. This is Mac. I don't know. Drew's not in yet.
It's not our job to understand the economics. It really isn't. Like any sports fan who's concerning themselves with the economics of sports, you're wasting your time. You just are. And you find something else to do. They have people employed.
Yep.
And when they sign these guys to these contracts, they know what they're doing. Since Brett Veach has taken over, we haven't had one bad contract. We haven't been in salary cap hell. We haven't been trying to get out of contracts. The only holdout, the only discrepancy was the Chris Jones thing that took place a couple of years ago, and that's the only blip on the radar screen. As a sports fan, concerning yourself with the finances of the team, what a waste of time that is. There's no bearing for you. Don't waste your time with that. It's not our job to understand the finances of what NFL teams and baseball teams can afford and what they can't afford. If they sign the contracts, that means they can afford it.
Yeah, I'm no economist. I'll just emphasize the point that we should be talking about revenue and not profit. These players are not responsible for making the profit, and most teams don't make a profit. We've talked about that.
Right, yeah.
Most teams that are even the best teams aren't making a profit. It's when they sell those pieces and when they sell the team eventually that profit comes in. It is about revenue, and the WNBA is now doing that.
Right.
Karlaftis is an average pass rusher. Should have let him walk after 4th or 5th year. Wow. All right. I think it's going to be one of the best value contracts in the NFL in 2 years.
Could be.
Really do.
Yeah.
I think people are going to look at that contract and go, damn, dude,
what is your expectation for Karlaftis if you don't think he's good?
Yeah, exactly. That's a good question. Yeah, what would you say that it is? I mean, is it 5 sacks, 6 sacks? What are you looking for from an average pass rusher?
And if you say double-digit sacks, he's got to get that. That's very hard to do in this league, as we've talked about, man. There were like 10 guys that had double-digit sacks last year.
No one had. He was 3rd in QB hits last year. He did get in the backfield, and he started to finish in the latter half of the season. I think it was 7 of the last 10 weeks or so. He had a sack, something along those lines. He really did start to get it going. Once reinforcements were added to that defensive line,
sure,
as well. So I think the money for that contract, too, by the way, for George Karlaftis, that $23 million, or the max that it can reach up to. 2028 is when that starts, Bob. By that time, Bob, they're going to be pass rushers making 30, 40, maybe even close to $50 million as far as all the guarantees are concerned. So, this is a great contract.
Yeah, it's a fantastic contract. I love the George Karlaftis contract. And I also think, too, that there's going to be more money coming into the NFL. ESPN is getting ready to buy the NFL Network. I don't know if you saw those stories circulating yesterday.
Oh, okay.
ESPN is getting close to purchasing the NFL Network.
That. Okay.
So there's going to be more money in the coffers for the league. They're going to continue to sell off games and streaming and all this kind of stuff. There's no end in sight to the money right now that the NFL is going to be able to generate from a TV streaming standpoint because people consume the games. And it's really the only thing we all sit down and watch live right now.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're looking at a situation where the revenues are just going to continue to grow in this league, and they're going to be able to put it back in. And I've never been one of these salary cap guys who sits around and cares. If the team decides they're comfortable spending that money and investing that money into players, who am I to tell them they shouldn't do that, right? I'm not the capologist. I don't have access to their books, and I trust them, and they've earned the benefit of the doubt. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, the Royals pulled one out last night, but there was something significant that happened. We'll tell you what it was next.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072. Or schedule online at ohdkc.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Guys, I know you've been constantly feeling tired. You can't focus. You can't get the energy to get off the couch. That's not living. It affects all aspects of your life, your relationships, your jobs. I mean, you have kids. Is this how you want them to see you? It doesn't have to be this way. Now picture this. Get your life back with testosterone therapy by Low T Center. The test is free, but time is running out. There's never been a better time to find out your T level. Just visit Low T Center to take the test. It's fast. Results are available in about 15 minutes. Right now, the test is still free, but time is running out. Get in now before you miss your chance. Most major insurance is accepted, so treatment costs are minimal. Taking control of your health is now easier than ever, so what are you waiting for? Taking this simple test could be the first step to taking back your life, and think about how much happier those around you will be when you're the best version of yourself. Book an appointment at fixmylowt.com. Fixmylowt.com.
Brought to you by America's largest pickleball festival, PickleCon. PickleCon will feature 100 courts, 3,000 players, 80-plus vendors, with something for everyone. Youth tournaments, charity games, and parties that glow. PickleCon, August 7th to 10th. Register at picklecon.com.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is sponsored by Jersey Mike Subs.
Ready for game day? Score big with Jersey Mike's. Piled high, sliced fresh. It's a sub above for your football feast. Order yours today at jerseymikes.com or download the app. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound. It gets heavy around Antioch, stays off again, on again, pretty heavy, up to around Mission with an accident slowing you. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Cody and Gold, live from St. Joe at Chiefs training camp all summer long with exclusive access and interviews with the reigning AFC champions. Right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Back at it Tuesday morning here in Corn Sweatville, USA. That's apparently the reason why it is very humid outside today. We'll check in with the guys at training camp coming up around 9 o'clock this morning. Cody and Gold are up there. They'll be doing their show live at training camp as much as they possibly can because the football season is officially here as everybody is, taking part in what's going on in the NFL. Everybody's back in action. I was just watching the Cleveland Browns. They're at training camp today. Oh, God, who cares? Like the Cleveland Browns, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you about those Cleveland Brownies. Yeah, you got an uphill battle in just your own division to go out there and try to win some games, right? I mean, they can't be the favorite.
No, they're probably the least favorite of all least favorites in the league.
Yeah, so we'll get into some NFL stuff coming up in a minute, but the Royals pulled one out last night, and I thought the most significant part of the game for me was the fact that they announced that a 45-year-old is pitching today. It's unbelievable, right? Like Rich Hill pitching today for the Royals. That's impressive. I am thoroughly impressed that a 45-year-old is going out there today.
Pretty cool.
And is pitching in big league baseball. I don't know that we've ever seen somebody that old play. In my lifetime, anyway, in professional sports, it wasn't a kicker or somebody like that, but 45 years old, this dude's going to go out there and give the Royals an opportunity to try to take 2 in a row from the Cubs. And if they take 2 in a row from the Cubs, now they've won 3 in a row. And all of a sudden, they've got themselves a winning streak, right? And that's what you have to have. You've got to start putting these games together. You've got to start finding ways to win games. I mean, you look at what Milwaukee's done, Mac. They've won 11 in a row, right? And that's what the Royals need to do. If they really want to be considered a postseason team and an organization that has the opportunity to go out there and play in October, you can't win 2, lose 1, win 1, lose 2, anything like that. You've got to start having sweeps. And you really needed to have that sweep against the Marlins, I thought, down in Florida. I said that coming out of the break. You had to have that sweep against the Marlins. You didn't do that. You lost the first 2, and you put yourself in a really, really bad, tight situation. And now you've got the opportunity to win another one tonight against the Cubs. And I just thought seeing Rich Hill pitch was very, very significant to see a 45-year-old doing that. I think it's kind of cool. His 14th Major League Baseball team, which is wild in and of itself. I think that's nuts. I don't know what's crazier, the fact that he's pitching for his 14th team, which is basically half the league, or the fact that he's 45 years old. It's nuts. It's really, really impressive. That's the only word that I can use to describe Rich Hill. The other thing that I thought was very significant last night, Salvador Perez hit 2 home runs in that game. And that's the one thing that I'm now looking for the rest of the season, Mac. I don't know, kind of what's keeping you focused and dialed in, but for me, it's Salvador Perez right now. And I want to see him get to 300 home runs this season. As we talked about yesterday, he's got that team option. They need to pick that thing up right now and make sure he's back next year in Kansas City, part of this ball club. I know people have been down on Salvador Perez. There hasn't been a baseball player in the month of July that's been hotter than Salvador Perez. I think he's hitting 367 this month. Jeez. And so he is really dialed in right now. And not only is he 10 home runs shy of 300, but he's also 27 home runs shy of breaking the all-time Royals record set by, of course, George Brett, the Hall of Famer, has 317 home runs. And I'm sure if you ask George, he'll go, yes, Salvi, go ahead and break that record. I don't think Salvi breaks that record this year, obviously, but if he finishes this year strong and gets to that 300 mark, then next year, if they pick up the option, which they should, and I think it's very important for the morale of everybody to pick up Salvador Perez's option, then we're talking about him next year challenging George Brett as the all-time home run king for the Kansas City Royals. And that's something that's really cool because Salvi's going into the Hall of Fame. He'll be the next Royal, if you will, full-time Royal, to go into Cooperstown.
Yeah, I hope that just becomes kind of a known that he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. I know that's such a hot-button topic with Salvador Perez, but, man, just a couple more years and that's going to be solidified.
Do people think he's not a Hall of Famer?
Oh, that's a pretty big hot-button topic, yeah.
For who?
For MLB fans, I mean, I see it whenever he's brought up. I mean, that's pretty much that. Well, is he Hall of Famer? I don't know.
He's a World Series MVP.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer.
I do too. Like, what am I missing? He's 10 home runs shy of 300, guys. I mean,
he's 30. You just said 27 from leading the whole franchise.
Yeah,
it's an old franchise,
right? Like Salvador Perez is a lock for the Hall of Fame.
I think so too.
And he's a few RBIs short of 1,000 too. So you get 300 and 1,000 as a catcher
and World Series MVP.
MVP.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's. I mean, I don't know nearly as much as you about baseball, but I'd say he's probably a top 10 catcher of all time.
I don't think it's hard to argue that, really. I'd have to really think about it.
Yeah, you have to sit down and think.
And you're putting me on the spot.
I get
but
you.
I mean,
I know.
There's the Yogi Berras back in the day, and Carlton Fisks, and Johnny Bench, and all these guys that you look at the home run list. I think there's only 10 guys in the history of this game from the catching position that have 300 home runs.
Wow.
And I think all but one are in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I forget who the one that isn't in the Hall of Fame, and I don't know why that person isn't. But, I think Salvador Perez, he gets 300. I think that puts him as a lock for the Hall of Fame. He's one of the game's great ambassadors. Everybody loves Salvi, too.
Yeah, as a human, yep.
And that's part of, the getting into the Hall of Fame, right? You got to be liked. These writers will hold the vendetta against you.
Dude.
I mean, somebody didn't vote for George Brett, okay? Somebody didn't vote for Derek Jeter. Somebody didn't vote for Nolan Ryan. Somebody didn't vote for Robin Yount, So there are people out there who have these vendettas. I don't know that there's anybody out there in the voting public, for the Hall of Fame that can say Salvador Perez isn't a guy that they love. I mean, everybody loves Salvi.
Literally everyone.
And he's been so good for Major League Baseball because he brought fun to the ballpark. What he did with Lorenzo Cain is one of the best things ever to get Lorenzo Cain out of his shell. Maybe he should do that with Bobby too, get Bobby out of his shell a little bit and make him more of an exciting player from a fun standpoint as opposed to just a baseball standpoint, because that's what guys want now. Fans want that fun aspect of the players. I'd love to see Salvador Perez take Bobby Witt Jr. under his wing and kind of do what he did to Lorenzo Cain to get him to come out of his shell. But Salvador Perez is a World Series MVP. He's on, par to hit 300 home runs and driving 1,000 runs. He's been through 2 different cycles of postseason games, things here in Kansas City with the World Series in 14 and 15, and then getting back to the postseason last year. I mean, the guy's been all over the place. I mean, he's loved by everybody in Major League Baseball. There should be no debate on whether or not Salvador Perez is a Hall of Famer. And that's why I think if you get to that 300 home run level, and even past George Brett as the all-time home run leader for the Royals, you're putting up all these walls and saying, he's a lock for the Hall of Fame.
There's no question. Yeah, this is from the 913, and I was forgetting the main counter argument, but this is it. People say if Posada isn't in, he can't be.
Is Posada good because he played for the Yankees?
Yeah.
I'm asking. I don't know what Posada's numbers are. I don't. I really don't. I've never really looked at Jorge Posada's numbers, but if Salvi is better than him in home runs and RBIs and all this kind of stuff, Posada played for the Yankees and had the New York thing, but just because you played for the Yankees in that era doesn't make you a Hall of Famer. I don't know that Posada was ever a World Series MVP. I know Salvador Perez was, and Salvador Perez won a World Series with the Kansas City Royals in an era where the small market, small revenue team doesn't normally win the World Championship in baseball. I mean, go back and look before the Royals won it, there was no small market team winning the World Championship, right? And since they won the World Championship, I don't believe a team below market 10 has won the World Series. And so what the Royals are doing and what they have done over Salvador Perez's career has been nothing short of impressive. And so I think right now, 100%, Salvador Perez is in the Hall of Fame. And Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I'm biased a little bit. But I don't see how Salvador Perez, if he gets to 300 home runs, is a guy that probably is on the outside of Cooperstown looking in. I've talked to a lot of people in baseball about Salvador Perez, and people that I trust in the game are already saying, we're going to Cooperstown when Salvi gets put in. And so, I guess that's kind of where I think right now that Salvador Perez is 100% a Hall of Famer for the Kansas City Royals. Are you looking at the Posada stats?
Yeah. I was just kind of looking and comparing. 275 home runs for Posada, 290 obviously for Salvi, which will keep going. He's probably, I think it's 1,065 RBIs, and Salvi's at like 975. He could pass that too.
What is Posada at?
It's like 1,065. So it's like less than 100 Salvi's behind him in RBIs, so he could pass him there as well. Better batting average, but I don't know how much that really matters. 5-time Silver Slugger for Posada, 5 Gold Glove winner for Salvador Perez. No World Series MVP for Posada. I don't know. Perez looks better.
Yeah. You're making the case, I think anyway, for Salvador Perez. And Jorge Posada was one of the great players of his generation, but so is Salvador Perez. He's one of the great players of his generation. I can't believe we would have that conversation. I guess I'm perplexed by that because I thought for sure he'd be a lock for the Hall of Fame once he gets to 300 home runs. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, somebody in the NFL has said one of the greatest things ever. They're tired of being close. We'll tell you who that is next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here. Treatment, in my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
So we do a giveaway at GiveMeTheVin.com. Every month we're giving away $25,000 to one lucky person that sells us their car. Karen, you there?
I'm here.
Karen Gardner of Oceanside, California is the latest winner in GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway.
What did you sell us?
I sold you a 95 Impala.
And what did we pay you for it?
You guys gave me 18.
18 plus 25,000 because you're the winner, Karen.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
You could be next to get a little more, maybe a lot more.
You guys are awesome. Keep it up.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell us your car.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
It's summertime, and I love being outside, hanging out, doing all of those great outdoor activities. But if you have knee, hip, or shoulder pain and it's not getting any better, and you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots, and now they're talking about surgery, slow down a minute. I may have the solution for you. Hey, it's Bob Fescoe, and my friends at QC Kinetics are the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And the best part about it is there's no meds, there's no surgery. It's advanced cellular therapy. These aren't Band-Aids. We're not masking the pain. It goes right to the root of the problem. And the best part is you can get a free second opinion. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. And it doesn't cost anything. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Saturday appointments available. It's QC Kinetics.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound. You pick up some slowdowns around the merge with 69 highway, then sluggish up to Antioch where it bogs down and stays mostly heavy all the way up to Mission with an accident. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Season if Jay Bigley wasn't hanging out in the studio as we see Jay. I guess he's getting ready for training camp. He wants to hear everything that's going on in St. Joe. That'll be coming your way around 9 o'clock. We'll check in with Alex and Cody, who are up in training camp. And at 9:30, we will be joined by Tammy Reed, the wife of Andy Reed. She's got a cool thing going on down in Westport for the Westport Historical Society. They are trying to raise money to support a needed renovation at the historic 1855 Harris Carney House in Westport. And Andy and her are all about rehabbing this. They want to raise like $500,000 to do so. And they've got some cool ways that we can help them raise money. How about that? I mean, the whole thing with Andy Reid. Can we play that again?
Yeah,
can we play that again with Andy Reid? The ESPN trailer that came out yesterday. Can we play that? You got the bean footage back there?
Every year, that's the only goal that you have is winning the Super Bowl. If we don't win it, it's a failure.
As much of a dreamer as Lamar was, I don't think he could have ever imagined this.
Superstar athletes, leading men, they're on the top of the mountain.
The Cowboys are America's team. Why don't we be the world's team?
All this pressure builds up.
No one's ever got three.
When you're winning, people look at you and are like, you're the villain.
Cut the camera quick.
It's our life. And it's an emotional game.
Greatness all day. Let's repeat. Let's make history.
A lot of ups and downs. A lot of things to fight through.
Win or lose, this team will never be the same.
How about those Chiefs?
Let's
go.
Yeah, really
Come
good.
on,
Like,
baby.
like that's the trailer for that. And you hear Andy Reid get
Ready.
emotional in that, right?
Yeah.
That's the first time that I've seen Andy kind of get emotional around the football side of things. He's always been, very dialed into whatever was next. And, we've asked him over the years about, going and reflecting about, everything that he's been able to accomplish. And he's always been one of those guys, we'll worry about that later. We'll worry about that later. Got other things to focus on. And there you heard a little bit of emotion from Andy Reid when he was kind of talking about, this situation that he's got going on here in Kansas City. And I think it's really cool because that's the moment where we realized, Andy Reid is ours. He is no longer a Philadelphia Eagle, anything. He is ours. And he understands that, when his legacy is written, it's all going to be about what's written here in Kansas City. And so you hear him get emotional there. And then Tammy's going to talk in about an hour about him and her together trying to raise $500,000 to rehab an old house in Westport that needs the rehabbing because it's such an important part of our history here in Kansas City. Like Andy Reid's like, yeah, I'll do that. I love Kansas City. And so like that's our guy, man. Like there's nobody, in my opinion, right now that embodies Kansas City more than Andy Reid. He is one of us. We are one of him. We're all in this thing together. And I think with that video, that trailer that ESPN put out for the August, I think 14th airing.
Yep, first episode.
And it's going to be on ESPN. It's going to be on ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, all the pluses that they have and whatnot. You'll be able to find it just about anywhere you look.
Plus,
to
we'll
watch
be talking about it too.
And obviously we'll be talking about it. But I'm excited for that.
Me too, man.
I got
It's gonna
goosebumps
be
yesterday,
awesome.
and I'm like, okay, this is going to be really, really cool. And I don't get excited for that kind of stuff because I'm just not a show watcher, as we've talked about. Like it's like pulling teeth for me to watch anything, right? But this one, I'm ready today. Give me the sneak peeks. I'm ready for it all, and I can't wait to watch this this trilogy. Not trilogy. I guess it's 4 or 5 of them. Trilogy would be the wrong term to use, but to watch this documentary about the Kansas City Chiefs and just to hear Andy get emotional like that. I really love that, and so I think that's really cool. And then to see that he's just giving back to the community like he's just one of us, because that's what we do in Kansas City. We help each other out, and so maybe we'll get that $500,000 raised today for Andy and Tammy Reid. David Montgomery, who plays for a team called the Lions, is calling this the year of reckoning for the Detroit Lions. And basically he said, I'm tired of being close, man, right? I'm tired of being close.
Yeah.
It's time to break through. I don't disagree with him at all. It's time for the Lions to take it to the next step. I don't know that there's going to be a team, in my opinion anyway. This is Bob's opinion, not yours or whoever. I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to the Lions because losing both of your coordinators is a big deal at the same time.
Yep.
At the exact same time, losing your offensive guy and your defensive guy to head coaches around this league, it's going to be very interesting to see how they backfill on that and to see what Dan Campbell's really about as a head coach. So I think they're a very intriguing team this year, but also one where it's, poop or get off the pot time now if you're the Lions.
Well, and it's also cool because one of those coordinators, Ben Johnson, is going to play the Lions twice this year and for the remaining time that he's there. So that's another cool thing. It's like Ben Johnson knows what they're trying to do over there. When the Lions and Bears play, there may be a little extra oomph added to that already rivalry matchup. So, yeah, it's crazy to say that the Lions' window's already maybe closing, but that's how quick the NFL goes, man. They weren't in the playoffs. They were below 500, I believe it was 3 seasons ago. In these last 2 years, they've really exploded and kind of become this high-octane offense and really fun on the defensive side when they don't lose every starter like they did last year. But I think he's right. I mean, the NFC is at a weaker time. Jared Goff's 30, going to be 31, so you've got a few more years left with him. You don't know what Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be in a couple years. He's a running back. David Montgomery, same thing. He's even older. That offensive line, you've lost 2 offensive linemen in Kevin Zeiler and Frank Ragnow this season. Like, you're right, man. It's time to poop or get off the pot because people aren't going to wait around, and you've got young quarterbacks coming into this league every year. Jaden Daniels, in 2 or 3 years, he's going to be a lot better than he already is right now. You've got Caleb Williams, who I believe is one of the guys who's the future of the NFL. I truthfully believe that. Yeah, you can laugh at me, text line all you want, and you do, Bob, but I do. But and even if it's not Caleb Williams, maybe it's Bryce Young. Name your NFC quarterback. They're going to be taking their throne soon as well. So if you're the Lions, you've got to do it now.
I don't know if this is true from the text line, the Jay's Southland Tow Service text line. The Lions lost 8 coaches since last year.
Yes.
Holy crap.
Yep.
I mean, All right, pause the music for a second. I want to give a story. That's big.
It's huge.
It's huge, and here's why it's huge. Years ago, back when I was in a minimum security prison called St. Louis, I was covering the Rams, and my friend Al Saunders was the offensive coordinator of the Rams. He'd served time here in Kansas City as the offensive coordinator, then went over to St. Louis about the same time I did, and so we reconnected over there. And I would sit down in his office, and he would teach me the offense, right? And you sit there and you listen to it, and you're like, I have no idea what any of this means, right? And I'm smiling, okay. I mean, you want to talk about a language that I had no idea what was going on. It was English, but I had no idea what 80 fly. I'm like, I have no idea what all this is. And Al tried to break it down. Okay, this means this part of the play means that, this part of the play means that. And that's when I realized if you're a quarterback in the NFL, you got to be smart. You can't be an idiot to be a quarterback in the NFL. If you're an idiot, you're not going to have success in this league at that quarterback position because you have to know the plays. You have to regurgitate the plays. You have to know what everybody's doing on every single play. It's not a wide receiver or a lineman or a running back where you have to know what you're doing and you don't really care what anybody else is doing. Quarterback has to know what they're doing on every single play, every person on every play, right? It's very difficult to play quarterback in the NFL. But the one thing that really stuck out to me in this conversation that I had with Al 20 years ago or whatever it was now is he goes, every offensive coordinator speaks their own language. And so when you bring in and you fire or get rid of or somebody gets promoted to a head coach as an offensive coordinator, the next guy you bring in is speaking a completely different language from the guy that just went out the door. And Al said it to me this way. He goes, think about it like this. You speak Spanish and you're picked up and placed in the middle of France and everybody around you speaks French and you have to figure out a way, only knowing Spanish, to communicate and get the hell out of the middle of nowhere. Damn. And I'm like, that's why Al was brilliant. Brilliant offensive mind. He could dumb it down for me. And once he kind of used that analogy for me of you're learning a different language. You speak French, I speak Spanish, Japanese, Latin, Italian, German. Think about a quarterback who's constantly having changeover with his coaches. He's got to learn the language that coach is speaking and then get up to the level where he acts on that language like it's natural. And so for the last couple of years, say Ben Johnson's been speaking French and Jared Goff has got this down. He knows exactly what's going to happen. Boom, 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 boom. Ben Johnson, 8 coaches leave. New coach comes in. Now he's speaking Spanish. So now does Jared Goff understand the language that's being spoken to him? And does he understand the language enough to communicate to everybody else and to act in real time? And I'm like, wow. When you put it like that, insane. It shows you how hard it is to have success. So with that's a great text, man. I think it was awesome that he said that those 8 coaches, because that to me says, wow, there may be a little bit of an early learning curve with the Lions because of all the new languages that these guys are learning, both offensively and defensively as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great analogy. The language thing really puts it into perspective.
Yeah.
And I think if you've watched a couple episodes of the quarterback, you can see how important Ben Johnson is to that offense, and I'm sure the guys behind him are as well, and some of those are those 8 guys who had left behind Ben Johnson. Well, there's Jared Goff multiple times in the quarterback mentions, well, yeah, I went to our meeting at the beginning of the week and just kind of talked to Ben Johnson about what he's seeing, about what he wants. He was the driver of that offense, telling Jared Goff what to do. All that pretty cool stuff, the eye candy, the trick plays, the fake trips, the fake fumbles, linemen catching touchdowns and throwing touchdowns. Like, that's Ben Johnson. So, like, I don't know who else is going to be driving that bus now, and Dan Campbell's got to be able to take it over, and he's a defensive mind, and Goff isn't what I consider a win because of or a guy who lifts everyone else up. He's got to have a win with and got to have a guy kind of doing a lot of that behind-the-scenes work for him so he's able to go and throw to his weapons. So, I think the Lions, man, they're one of the big stories in the NFC and in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. From the 816, everything Bob just said proves just how underrated Alex Smith was. How many coordinators did he have to adjust to before Andy in Kansas City? It's true. That's why I always say 50% of the quarterbacks that fail in the NFL are failed by the organizations. Yes, it's up to the player to find a way to go out there and overcome some of this stuff. But if you're constantly changing offensive coordinators and the offensive language that you use, then you're never going to put your player in position to be successful. You can't constantly change the messaging and the language and the system and the scheme and expect these guys to have success. It just doesn't work that way. Look at the most successful offense over the last 15 years, consistent with Andy Reid.
Yep.
It's the same language every year. Patrick Mahomes, when the season ends, and then the season begins in March, a month after it usually ends for the Chiefs, he's not going in there and starting from square one. He's going in there now. He's going, okay, let's build on what we did last year. Let's build on what we've done for the last 5 years. I'm an expert at this language. I know this language backwards and forward. How can I get even better? Get that Rosetta Stone out, right? Learn more words and continue to build on that. And so why Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are growing together, how many teams and quarterbacks, dude, around this league are going, I got a new offensive coordinator again? I got a new head coach again. I got a new play caller again. I mean, Caleb Williams is a prime example of that. What's this, his third offensive coordinator in 3 years or something like that? No wonder he stinks. He hasn't been he hasn't been given the proper tools to have the success. And so now this year with Ben Johnson as another new voice from where he was a year ago, if he goes out and starts slow, which I think he probably will, that's just, the odds with the new offensive coordinator, everybody's going to say he's no good. But the Bears have now told this guy, you need to be fluent in 3 languages in 3 years and better than fluent in it because you need to communicate to everybody else. How's that a fair shake for Caleb Williams?
Yeah, and I mean, Baker Mayfield, it was always kind of the talk about him. The defenders of Baker Mayfield, where he's had a different offensive coordinator every year, and now you put him around a couple good situations. Still with changing OCs, Baker's been able to go through that. But yeah, you're right. He's probably fluent in 6 or 7 languages by now. He's had so much where he can kind of go, okay, he's more malleable. He's able to go kind of learn some stuff. So this is a good text as well. Using this language example, why would you not make the new OC learn to speak that player's language, one coach versus a whole offense? I think there's part of that. I think you mentioned Andy Reid. That's kind of what makes Andy Reid so good because he says, okay, this is the language you speak. Okay, it's not exactly the language we're going to speak, but I'm going to take a couple things that you understand from your language into mine. We'll incorporate it and kind of create one thing because I know what you're good at and I know what I'm good at. And I know if we work together, we're going to be great at these things together.
Well, and to take that one step further, too, Andy did that. Andy was the first guy in the NFL who said, all right, we're done putting these quarterbacks under center. They played 4 years in college without going under center. Yeah. Why am I all of a sudden going to make them go under center? I'm going to adjust and adapt to them and shrink that learning curve, make that learning curve smaller, instead of saying, okay, Chase Daniel, let's use that as an example. You just played 4 years at Mizzou. You were great in the pistol formation. Welcome to the NFL. Get your hands under that guy's butt. Yeah, I haven't done that in 4 years. Why, so you shrink the learning curve, and Andy was brilliant at doing that. Became one of the first coaches to say, let me adapt to the players that are coming in. Now, it's still his offense and his language and all that kind of stuff, and you're going to have to adjust to that. But it's not to say that Andy hasn't been malleable either. I mean, I think Andy definitely has been.
100%.
For a guy who's 65 years old to kind of adjust like that shows you that anybody can be malleable and anybody can adjust and all of that. So back to where we were with the Lions. A big year for them. A year of reckoning, as David Montgomery said. Who else do you have on your list of years of reckoning for the NFL this year? Who needs to really knock this thing out of the park?
I mean, I think this is the 49ers last year, and I think some would say it's already past them, right? The 49ers window, some would say, is already shut. I'm giving them one more season because maybe McCaffrey has a renaissance for one more year. Kittle can still go out and do it. Almost had 1,200 yards last season. I believe in Brandon Ayuk. Like, there are the pieces. Juwan Jennings, good. We saw Ricky Pearsall have a productive season last year. We know what the defense...
After getting shot?
Yes, after getting shot, literally getting shot in the chest or somewhere in the abdomen, torso area, was able to come back and have a decently productive rookie season with all the other distractions that were going on in San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan has been to the NFC Championship multiple times, the Super Bowl twice, and lost with just San Francisco. Like, he's not long for that world either if they can't get over the hump. Their players are aging. Yeah, Trent Williams is 40. Like, this is it. Like, this is kind of their time. I'd put the Rams up there too.
Why the Rams?
Stafford's 38.
Okay, because of that. Okay.
Yeah, Stafford's 38. I mean, if you look at Devontae, they got Devontae Adams. He's their second wide receiver. I mean, he's in his young 30s. He's not long for this NFL world. Besides that, you've got Puka Nacua and running back whose name's slipping my mind right now, Kyron Williams. And we know what Kyron Williams is. He's a great running back, but for how long? How long does that last? That's 2 or 3 years left.
Max.
Max, exactly. So, yeah, I'd say the Rams, it's this year, now or never. I put Baltimore Ravens up there. And this is kind of a hotter take, but Derrick Henry, 31, 32 years old. Don't know how much you have him. He's a massive part of that offense, part of the reason they were so explosive last year. Another great year for this defense, but Kyle Hamilton and Odofe Owe, all those guys, another year older. We don't know how long they're going to be able to keep that defensive unit intact. It will be one of the better defenses in the NFL, so I don't know how long they're going to be able to keep them all on the same roster, pay those guys. And Lamar Jackson, 28, 29 years old, right around there. He can throw the ball. Prolific passer. He's proved that over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I'm tired of people saying he can't throw the football.
He can throw the football. He led the league in passing yards like 2 seasons ago. He was like 6th this year. He can throw the football. He's a great passer. But his best weapon is his legs at the end of the day. What makes him separate, what kind of defies him from everyone else is his ability to run on the ground. When's that going to go, Bob?
Yeah.
2 years? 3 years? I don't know.
Quick. Sooner rather than later. You know what'll happen, Mac, and this is the way it always goes. You just won't see it coming. It'll just happen. You'll show up on September 8th or whatever their first game is. Where the hell did his legs go? Oh, he hit that.
It's the cliff, man.
It is. It happens so fast, and that's why running backs have such a short shelf life in the NFL. A couple of teams that I have that I think it's time to kind of kick the door in for. I've got the Bengals on this list. I mean, we're at a spot now where every year people say the Bengals, and they never do anything. They always start out slow. They have infighting. Now you've got the owner out there who doesn't trust his players because he doesn't want to give the guy a guaranteed contract in case he ends up in jail and, gets into a dispute with a female, like some dumb stuff that's being said in Cincinnati right now. So the Bengals are on my list. The Bills are on my list. I think this is a very big year for the Buffalo Bills. How many times can you get this close and continue to run it back, especially with Nick Saban being out there, right? And you're going into a new stadium. If the Bills don't make it to the Super Bowl this year, I mean, you eventually have to look at the head coach. They're not losing games in the postseason because of Josh Allen, really.
No, we don't look at those games and go, damn, Allen really could have done more. That's not what we look at.
No, we really don't. It's the defense. They didn't play, and But
McDermott's
now, look,
defense.
In that game where we played them up in Buffalo, Allen had an opportunity and put him in the dirt at the end of the game. He didn't win the game when he had the opportunity to do so. But Sean McDermott is kind of becoming that gray cloud over that organization.
You're right.
And eventually you need to make a change, with that kind of the Marty Schottenheimer effect. Really, 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 really good, but couldn't get you over that hump. And eventually you have to make that change to give you, hopefully, if you're Buffalo, the guy that can get you over that hump. Who that is, hell if I know. I've got the Texans on my list as well.
I like that.
I think it's a big year for the Houston Texans as well. And I'm going to throw this one in there, and you're going to laugh at me.
Okay.
Philadelphia. I want to know how they handle success.
Wow.
I want to know how they handle success. Are they going to be like the Chiefs and handle success business-like? Or are they going to act like they've arrived and they're just going to throw their helmets out there and
we've already won? We're the bee's knees. We're so talented. Look at us, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's another one.
Interesting. I like that angle
on that list. I was reading something yesterday. One of the Rams defensive linemen was saying about Philadelphia. They're like, the Eagles are talking all this smack like they've already won the conference again. Hey, I got something to say about that, right? It's we're going to meet up again in the playoffs and we're going to settle the score type of thing. And so I read that. I'm like, is Philadelphia acting like nothing matters this year? Like you see sometimes teams win championships, they go 6-10 the next year. You're like, how did that happen? Well, because they just won the championship. They're fat and happy, and and how does Nick Sirianni handle success, right?
100%.
Can he hold these guys accountable and be that guy that you need to take you to that next level now? You've won. Everybody's gunning for you right now. How are they going to handle being the hunted in this situation? And Saquon Barkley, you look at his numbers, good year, bad year, good year, bad year, good year, bad year. So based on that, looks like he potentially may have a bad year for the Philadelphia Eagles. So that's very curious to see how they're going to handle the success of being Super Bowl champions.
I am too. I mean, when we saw what happened when they made the Super Bowl and lost, they lost 7 out of the last 8 games. They weren't able to keep it up. And you mentioned Saquon Barkley. Every quarterback besides, I believe, Derrick Henry, and I think that's it, who has had this many touches one year, got hurt the next year. Either got hurt or didn't play the whole season, which is getting hurt. So I hope that doesn't happen for Saquon. I never wish injuries upon anyone, but you're right. If you're going to go off historical and statistical evidence, I don't think Saquon's playing 17 games this year, and certainly not at the level that he did last year. And to your Texans take, I love that because not only is it time for them to kind of get going, hey, this AFC South isn't going to be some crummy division forever. Cam Ward could be great. And who knows what the Colts could do? Like, those teams are going to get better. So Texans, you're winning 10 games and just kind of cruising to a division title every year. That's going to stop soon.
Cam Ward should be like thanking his lucky stars every single day because now he's the starter.
Yes.
Will Levi's is out.
Love it.
He dropped a thing of mayo on his knee or something like that. And he won't be able to participate or whatever the hell he's got going on. How about that? Screw you, pal. You've known you needed this surgery and you're waiting till training camp. You suck.
Yeah, that sucks,
like that guy.
dude.
That guy's a piece, man.
Seriously, he is, man. I remember when I played that audio of him at that Peyton Manning conference, and his one question was like, "Hey, man, so like, how do you get like endorsements?" You got Peyton Manning in front of you, and you're talking about, and you haven't played a damn snap.
He was asking Peyton how to get endorsements.
Yeah, hey man, so like when you're dealing with like endorsements and money, and Peyton's like, yeah, man, I kind of let my agent deal with that. Kind of was just like, what? Like, what are we talking about, dude?
Right. Wow, that's
that tells you all you need to know.
That's all you need to know, right?
You need to know.
And so he's not a team player. He's not a guy that you want part of your team rowing the boat in that same direction. So not only does Cam Ward thank his lucky stars about that, but he also thanks his lucky stars because nobody's paying attention to him right now. And he can actually go down there and be a quarterback in his first year and make mistakes, and it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's cool.
That is cool. I'm excited for them.
Yeah, I'm excited for him to have that opportunity. So somebody from the text line says, what's your guys' take on the Buccaneers? You like them this year, don't you?
Yeah, I'm kind of excited about the Buccaneers. I think it's between them and the Falcons. The Wirfs injury worries me a little bit. But, yeah, I'm kind of skeptical on the Baker Mayfield thing. Like, okay, how good really are you? Last year was incredible. Are you going to be able to do that again? I expect a little bit of regression. Yeah, I think the Buccaneers are good. Like, can you make that next step through that threshold to being like a really good to great team?
Right. And I think also, too, another good one from the text line from the 816, the Dolphins. That thing is going to go south real soon, right?
See ya.
I mean, does that guy last till October? Is he now the number one guy that's going to get fired?
I think it's got to be him and Dayball. I think those are
the
guys.
Do you think Dayball's still on that list with Jackson Dart throwing a dart and knocking that guy off the jet ski?
Personally, I think Dayball bought himself another year or two, and I think the same with the GM.
And it goes back to the conversation we were having when we started this segment. You got a rookie quarterback. You're going to bring him in this year.
Exactly.
Teach him this language that Brian Dayball's got going on, then fire Dayball at the end of the season, bring in a whole new regime. Jackson Dart's back to zero.
Yeah. For a guy who has been talked about from a prospect perspective as maybe need a little more help with the film and the learning of the complicated offenses. He's a guy who's kind of handed everything from Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. So, yeah, that would be extra difficult for him to deal with.
Yeah, no doubt. So that's kind of the look at what we see when it comes to some of these teams trying to find a way to break through that glass ceiling. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, he's going to go down as one of the best GMs in the history of sports. We'll tell you who next.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done such an amazing job on our yard. Not just because they've made our grass look good. They've gotten rid of all the weeds. They fertilized it properly. They cut it every week. It looks awesome. But they've also kept the pests out of our yard as well. And that's what I love most. Yeah, the lawn looks good, and I don't have to spend time on the weekends worrying about cutting the lawn and edging and doing all that yard work because Aspen Lawn and Pest Control takes care of all of that. But the pest control thing is what I like the most. We love sitting outside. We love our outdoor space. And to have no mosquitoes, no fleas, no ticks to bother us is absolutely awesome. The mosquitoes stay away from us, and the fleas and the ticks, they stay away from our dog. And she loves rolling around in that yard, and she can do it now not having to worry about all of those ticks and fleas. And when you look at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, you're going to see the nicest lawns in town. That's what they do, and they've been doing it since 1985, offering full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control. Mention this ad, and you'll get up to half off your first application. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Divorce is never easy, but selling a home during this challenging time doesn't have to add to the stress. When you work with the Sharp Homes team, they'll help you make a seamless transition. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Just Google Sharp Homes team. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team.
If you love finding the deal and a bargain brings you bliss, the Hy-Vee 5-day sidewalk sale is cause for celebration. This Wednesday through Sunday, stock up and save big on dozens of pantry staples, like Roma pizzas, 4 for $10, Pepsi 24 packs, $9.99, Frito-Lay's chips, just $1.99, Gatorade 8-pack bottles, just $5.99, and Sunbelt granola bars, 4 for $10. Hurry to the huge 5-day sidewalk sale this week, only at Hy-Vee.
Even though it's summertime, everybody's still busy, and that's where Hy-Vee Market Grill comes in. They've got the best dining value in town. Every day, they've got a meal deal from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And for $8 per person or less, you can treat the whole family to dinner, like smoked chicken Monday, pork chop Tuesday, cheeseburger and fries on Wednesday, and chicken enchiladas on Friday. And don't forget Steak Thursday with a perfectly seasoned steak, garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for $12. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it's only at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school. You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Guys, if you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatment or in-center care. That's because it's never been easier to get started on TRT. Right now, the T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com to book an appointment today.
Robsite Ford. Non-commissioned staff, low prices, best trade-ins, and the biggest selection. Visit robsite.com.
When it comes to buying a car, simple wins. Robsite Ford has the inventory, the trade values, and the non-commissioned team that puts you first. No pressure, just 4.8 stars on Google for a reason. ROBSIGHT.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 435 westbound with an accident around Mission, keeping things heavy across the state line, building delays towards Holmes. 35 northbound slowing from Johnson Drive up towards Mission with some earlier problems. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Well, it's starting to get ugly in one NFL city. We'll tell you where that is coming up in about 10 minutes here on 96.5 The Fan. So we got that information that is flowing in right now, and it makes you just really happy, Mac. I don't know, to sit back and go, God, I'm glad we're not dealing with these issues here in Kansas City. So we'll get that to you coming up in a little bit here on 96.5 The Fan. We had a guy yesterday who I thought I liked, and obviously now I don't like, by the name of Harry Douglas, right? He spoke, I guess, 2 weeks ago and was very, praising of the Kansas City Chiefs, and then spoke yesterday and I guess forgot what he said. Do you have that beautiful audio from Harry Douglas that we can play?
For the very first time since Patrick Mahomes has become the starter for the Kansas City Chiefs, they will not win the AFC West. I am going with the Denver Broncos because how fantastic they were on defense a season ago, but how they upgraded this season as well. Adding a linebacker in Dre Greenlaw, adding Hufanga at the safety position. Their first-round pick was Jahdae Barron from Texas. But then when you look at the offensive side of the ball, I look at a guy in Bo Nix who had the ability to grasp a Sean Payton offense and run it to perfection in his rookie season. Well, the two glaring holes for Denver last season was the tight end position and the running back position. They drafted R.J. Harvey. They also acquired J.K. Dobbins, and they got Evan Ingram at the tight end position. I'm looking for the Denver Broncos to win this division.
Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram.
I mean, you shot milk out your nose when you heard him say Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram. That's like saying, I mean, that guy's past his prime. I mean, you're not gonna win because you went out and got. Didn't he quit on his team last year?
That's Barber's number one tight end. That's Barbershop's guy. Evan Ingram.
It is, but I mean, like 5 years ago,
Exactly.
like when he was with the Giants,
Yes.
He's been with the Jags since then and really didn't do a whole heck of a lot last year.
Yeah, he was okay a couple seasons. R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins. These are the reasons that the Broncos are winning.
Well, I like Bo Nix, right? And I told you,
are you
right?
a Bo Nix guy?
Yeah. But he's not better than Patrick Mahomes on any level. And Sean Payton is not better than Andy Reid at any level. And it's funny to listen to Harry Douglas talk about that. And you got to say something on ESPN. I understand where he's going. They pick somebody other than the Chiefs maybe to win the AFC West. But we're reverting back to defense now, which I find to be very funny in the NFL because this has been such an offensively driven league for the last 20 years. Now we're looking at a situation where I like what they've done on defense. We all like what they do on defense. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. But I don't know that they have the quarterback, as much as I like Bo Nix, to say, I'm ready to choose them to unseat Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, especially coming off a Super Bowl loss and having the momentum, not the momentum, but the drive, if you will, to get revenge on everybody. And you said Mahomes this morning tweeted out a picture of a clock ticking or something like that.
The clock emoji.
Yeah.
So it's time.
It's time. Yeah.
We're here.
It absolutely is time. And that's why I've been saying that since February. Like when they lost that Super Bowl, it sucked, and we hated every minute of that. But at the end of the day, you knew they were going to be back. You knew they were going to be ready to go because that's what they've done in the past. When they've lost in the postseason in the past, they've exacted revenge the following year. They've gotten back to the AFC Championship game. They've gotten back to the Super Bowl. They've won the Super Bowl. That's been the MO. They've got a track record there, a pattern there of doing all of this. And the reason why is because they've got a brilliant GM along with the head coach and quarterback and Brett Veach. And I do believe when it's all said and done, in my opinion, Brett Veach will go down as one of the best general managers in the history of American professional sports. Not just in the NFL, but American professional sports. I think, obviously, Brian Cashman makes that list because of the way he's, run the Yankees for 30 years. I think you could probably put Jerry Krause on that list when he was running the Chicago Bulls back in the day and how good he is. And what Brett Veach is doing right now, I mean, we're going to talk about the Bengals. We're going to talk about the Cowboys. We've talked about those two franchises already this morning. You just don't see the disputes. You don't see the animosity. You don't see players hating the organization. You get contracts done. You get guys ready to go. You draft quality players. You draft quality people. Yeah, Brett Veach, in my opinion, is going to go down as one of the best general managers in the history of American professional sports. And I don't think that's going out there and saying something wild and crazy. I think that's a fact.
Do you think... are GMs in charge of hiring the next coach?
Well, it depends on who it is. Here, I don't think Andy's going anywhere.
Well, no, but let's just say in 8-10 years when that happens, if Veach is still here and he has now really kind of vaulted himself up into that sort of list, is he in charge? Because if he makes that choice, kind of where I'm going, if he makes that choice and it it's a great choice. If it's even 75% as good of a choice as Andy Reid was,
right,
then I mean he would be number one.
Yeah,
because if the run sustains here in Kansas City for the next decade or so, not all Super Bowls, but you know what I mean, a top contender, winning games, doing this, Mahomes, GOAT or second GOAT of all of NFL history, and Veach then hires a coach that is able to sustain that success and keep the dynasty at least somewhat going, or at least keep this team relevant. I mean, yeah, you'd have to put him up. I think you can already start to make that argument like you are, but if he's able to set this franchise up for another 10 years, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of who else, would be on that list. I think like Harmon Policy maybe back in the day in San Francisco when he put together those teams in the 80s and 90s with Montana and Young and all those guys and whatnot. They had Bill Walsh there, who was a great head coach as well. So a lot of the conversation was surrounding Bill Walsh and Joe Montana, as it should, the quarterback coach, combination. Then Bill Walsh and Steve Young, and then George Seifert and Steve Young and whatnot. But I mean, when you think about great general managers in sports, in the history of American professional sports, there's not a lot that pop off the page that you get excited about, that you're like, wow, this guy was great. A lot of these guys, 3-4 year guys, and they're on to the next. They're switching teams and doing all that kind of stuff. Brett Veach has been entrenched here, for the last decade, basically, better part of the decade, and all they do is win championships. And how to have him on a list that doesn't say greatest of all time in American professional sports, you'd be doing it wrong, I think.
If you look at the list, it's not like, you're right, it's not like these guys are all amazing. There's a few like, well, okay, he's got to be up there. Oh, this guy, you mentioned those. But I mean, Red Auerbach would be a name that I'd put up there. But again, you're going way back. I think, Sam Presti is current. I don't think he's on that list yet, but another guy who could, if he keeps this run.
They got to win a couple more championships.
They got to win more championships. They got to keep this going. The drafts have to stay quality, all those sorts of things, right? But he's put himself in the situation. I think one that we didn't mention would be Pat Riley.
What about Greg Popovich?
Popovich is a great one.
Yeah, Pat Riley's a good one, too. Yeah,
I think both those guys.
Yeah, I think both of those guys get credit. And obviously Popovich, head coach and general manager. Yeah,
dude.
Yeah, it's a hell of a run that he had down there in San Antonio. So the list is very small, and Brett Veach belongs on that list. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, as football season gets ready to start, I'm glad we aren't this town. We'll tell you who next.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, did you wake up this morning and go, oh, I can't get out of bed, my back hurts? Or maybe you looked at stairs last night and you went, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to sleep on the couch because, well, I can't make it up the stairs because my knees hurt. And if you've got that joint pain, you need to get that solved. But the last thing you want to do is go under the knife, right, and take more drugs. You don't want to do anything like that. You've got to call my friends over at QC Kinetics. I want to tell you about something that's helped a lot of people get their lives back without more meds and without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics, the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. We're not masking the pain. It goes to the root of the problem, and their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion, so learn more about what could be life-changing for you. A licensed medical provider will check out those x-rays and MRIs to see if you're a good fit. So call QC Kinetics today at 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
At Casey's, we're too nice to say no. So when someone asked for a free frozen drink, we said sure. Then they said every Friday all summer, and well, now we're giving away free medium frozen drinks every Friday. Free frozen Fridays with Casey's Rewards. It's not crazy, it's Casey's. See store for details.
Flooded bathroom? AC on the fritz? When things go wrong, you need reliable service fast. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter and take $50 off any HVAC, plumbing, or electrical repair over $200. The pros at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to fix the problem. Over 40 years experience, more than 8,000 5-star reviews, plus our exceptional service guarantee means you can trust Hamilton to bring comfort and calm back to your home. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
There is only one National Summer Arms Show, and it returns to Kansas City this weekend only. Bigger than ever. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from coast to coast and border to border. All gathering at the KCI Expo Center for one incredible weekend. Discover vintage rifles and handguns, modern arms, and collectible militaria. From Civil War artifacts to today's tactical gear, there's something for everyone. Stock up on ammo, brass, reloading gear, and military surplus. Explore blades from everyday carry to high-end collectibles. Visit the Colt collectors, the high standard collectors, and the returning Marlin firearms collectors. There's no buyer's premium, just $15 a day or $20 for a weekend pass. Kids 15 and under are free with an adult admission. The 54th Annual National Summer Arms Show, this Saturday, July 26th from 9 to 5 and Sunday 9 to 3. It's the Midwest's highest caliber event and the 5th largest arms show in America. Details online at nationalsummerarmsshow.com. That's nationalsummerarmsshow.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Circa Millions and Circa Survivor are back with millions in guaranteed prizes. Details at circasports.com.
Circa Millions and Circa Survivor are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
435 westbound, you hit delays before home, stays pretty heavy to the state line, then sluggish out towards Mission, but the earlier accident there looks to have cleared. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start, Bench, Cut.
What do we got on the docket today, young Mac?
We are starting, we are benching, we are cutting. Let's start with sandwiches here, Bob. You ready?
All right.
Turkey, ham, roast beef.
All right, I think this is pretty simple for me. I'm starting all of them and putting all the meat on one.
That's great.
You know, two
like
slices of bread and doing a cold cut hero right there. You remember that song back in the day, Cold Cut Hero. But I'm going to start the turkey. I'll probably bench the ham and then I'll cut the roast beef. Just kind of in that order.
Yeah.
I love a good turkey sandwich. I love a good ham sandwich, too. And I like a good roast beef sandwich, but I like ham better than roast beef.
I'm going to go, turkey, ham, roast beef. I think that is the order I agree with. I don't really ever have, like, just a plain roast beef sandwich. Not that I don't like it. I have before. I do enjoy it, but I don't seek it out. You're right.
When was the last time you had a roast beef sandwich?
Plain roast beef sandwich.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
Like you've had, like, a French dip or something like that.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's not a roast beef sandwich where you go to the store and
I go
you
to
have
the
a pound of,
deli.
yeah. Say, I'm gonna have roast beef tonight and slice it and have a sandwich. I can't. Probably when I was a kid is the last time. I had
exactly. That's
like
what I'm saying. Yeah, usually it is. You're right. Turkey, ham, then roast beef. Add the onions. Add the maters. All right, tennis, golf, swimming, the country club sports. Walter Pennington plays these.
Yes, I'm going to start swimming. I'm going to bench tennis, and I'm going to kick golf very far to the curb.
You and I staying in stride here. Swimming is awesome. It's an amazing sport, both for watching, competing, and just doing casually. It's great. It's really good.
It's great exercise.
Great exercise. Good for your joints. Doesn't hurt it like other ones do. And then, tennis is really fun. And then, golf, I'm good.
When was the last time you played golf?
For a long time. I don't even know. I really haven't played 18, but like once or twice in my whole life.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Yeah. Not my thing. I remember when we went, my dad like took us when we were kids, me and my brothers, and I remember just the first thing kind of being turned off because we had to dress nice, and I was like, why would I go outside and sweat all day if I have to wear like my polo? I was like 8, and I was like, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
You know?
I haven't really played since my kids were born because I was like, I'm not going to waste that time on the weekend
dude.
and away from them. So, and I wasn't any good at it, and I didn't like it. It was frustrating, and I'm just like, it's 5 hours of it.
It's money and time are my main 2 reasons. I'll go chuck some disc golf. Chicken, Popeyes, Churches, KFC.
Well, I think I'm going to start Popeyes. I'm not a big fried chicken guy, but I'm going to start Popeyes because of the red beans and rice. I like that. I'm going to bench KFC because of their coleslaw, mashed potatoes, and, of course, the spork. And then I am going to cut Churches. So I don't know that I've ever been to a Churches.
Really? Oh, we used to have a Churches by my house in Leawood. I don't know. Churches is like gone here. I haven't seen a Churches here in a minute. But, yeah, there was a Churches where I lived, Leawood. Somewhere there when I was a kid growing up. Me and my dad used to love it. I'll bench them. I'm going to start KFC because of the sport, because of the mac and cheese, the mashed potatoes, and because of our friend Emily. And then I'll cut Popeyes, which is tough. And Churches is going above that purely based on nostalgia.
Yeah, that's fine. Nostalgia sells, dude.
It does.
Yeah, it really does.
But Popeyes has a great chicken sandwich, so I get you.
Do you love that chicken from Popeyes?
Love that chicken from Popeyes. Chiefs alternate jerseys. Black. If you could see one, if those existed.
Yeah.
Black, gold, or other, because I couldn't really think of what the other one would be. If you have an idea, please
Gray.
add it. Okay, black, gold, or gray.
What do you think? You like gray?
I think gray's it. Yeah.
I think gray does look kind of cool, but all right, I'm going to preface this and say black is what I'm going to start, okay? However, it needs to be done right.
Yeah, it could look bad.
When the Royals did black back in the day, it looked terrible. Wasn't a fan. I thought it was awful. Good attempt, but it just didn't work, right? So it's got to be, like, I've seen some of these black alternates that are out there. I'm not really crazy about a lot of the black alternates, but I think Nike can get it right and do it the right way. So I will start the black. I will bench the gray, and I will cut the gold because the gold would make it seem like all these quarterbacks are out there playing and nobody could get hit.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I'll start the black. I'll bench the gold, and I will cut the gray, even though I think the gray could look pretty sexy. I actually think the gray's probably got the best floor out of those 3. Like, I think the worst the gray could look is much better than the worst that the black and the gold could look. Those could both end up looking pretty rough.
Yeah.
If done incorrectly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think if you're going to go all black, black pants, black jerseys, I would put the numbers in red probably.
I like it.
Outlined in white. I wouldn't have the yellow. I don't like the yellow. I don't know
where the yellow would go at that point.
Really adds all that much. And then I would do a matte white helmet with a black arrowhead and inside the red KC. That's what I would do.
Maybe like a gold outline on the red and the helmet, maybe? That could work. On the white, no?
I don't know if that pops for me.
Either way.
I know that I'm hard.
I'm in on that. That looks great.
There's nothing more that Kansas City Chiefs fans want than an alternate. And I think the players would love an alternate, too.
Of course, man.
It's
Yes,
fun.
It's super fun. It's awesome. I remember in high school, when we got a cool alternate jersey. It was like the best thing ever. Chiefs alternate uniforms. They're sitting on a gold mine if they did pink from the 620.
Well, they do pink for
the breast
cancer, but I don't think they do the pink jerseys anymore.
I don't think anyone.
No, I think they're done with the pink jerseys. I'm
Yeah.
sure you could probably find one somewhere, but I don't think they're doing them like they have for the last couple of years. I think that ended during COVID, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, an alternate jersey, something different. Fans would love it, man. It is a license to print money.
Let's go to the AFC West, the division rivals. You got to start, bench, and cut. You can't cut all these, Bob. Chargers, Broncos, and Raiders.
I'll cut them all.
You can.
I'm going to start the Broncos. I think they are the second best team. I think they have the second best quarterback-coach combination in the AFC West. I am going to bench the Chargers because I just don't know what to expect from the Raiders this year. I'm a little all over the board on them. I think they've got some really good talent. They got a much better coach. But I don't know that they're ready to go out there and dominate just yet with Geno Smith. So that's why I'm cutting the Raiders. It's hard, though. I mean, this division has gotten really effing good, dude.
This division's great. This is really.
It's going to be fun.
Very fun. Yeah.
Especially when we whack some 35-0, 42-0 in every game.
Yeah, I'll go Broncos 1-2. I said it early on in the offseason. They're going to have the best defense in the NFL. At least that's my opinion. The Chargers, I am off, man, and I was wondering if I was going to kind of start to lean more towards that way, as so many people tend to do in the offseason with the Chargers. But I don't think the roster's there. I think they're at least a year away. I love Harbaugh. I love Herbert, but it's not yet. It's not yet for them. And then the Raiders. Would the Raiders win the AFC South, or would they have a good chance at it, Bob? They would have to.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting one right there.
For whatever reason, that popped in my head this morning at like 4:45. I was just like, the Raiders could like kind of win the AFC South.
Again, I don't know what like. Would Geno Smith be the second best quarterback in the AFC South?
For sure.
Behind C.J. Stroud, obviously.
C.J. Stroud, yeah, definitely. Unless Cam Ward blows up, right?
Right. We don't know anything about Cam
so
Ward,
I'm
though,
kind of
so
not
we can't.
including him. And then, Daniel Jones.
Yeah, or Anthony Richardson, whoever they play out
Exactly.
there. Yeah, I mean, they would have a pretty good opportunity to probably win the AFC South. Yeah.
They would. I mean, Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty in really any division are going to be two of the best in their leagues. So, let's go quarterbacks. Brock Purdy, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence.
Well, I'm starting Bo Nix. I'm benching Brock Purdy, and I'm cutting Trevor Lawrence. This is a big year for him,
Huge year.
But again, another new coach, another new system. You know, how many systems has he been under now? He was under the one at first with Urban Meyer, then he was under the one with Doug Peterson, and now he's under the one with that Duval weirdo.
Duval, yeah, Liam Cohen. I'll bench him. I'll cut Brock Purdy, even though I like him too, and I'll start Bo Nix.
Why are you cutting Brock Purdy?
I'm going off of. I think Brock Purdy. I'm still a Trevor Lawrence believer.
Okay.
I guess is where I'm at. I think Trevor Lawrence has a super high ceiling, and frankly, I think the floor has been punched down because of the lack of talent and because of how bad a franchise this has been. Not to mention his first year with Urban Meyer. I think with a competent head coach and offensive mind like Liam Cohen, which I believe he is, and some weapons which he's supposed to have, I think Trevor Lawrence could be good. He's had 2 4,000 passing yard seasons. I think that he could make this one a third.
And he's also the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken, at $55 million.
I don't know. He might be overall. I think this year, Dak Prescott's going to make the most money.
Oh, okay. Because I swear I saw something the other day that had him at number 1 at $55 million.
You might be right.
Dak is at $55 million too, I think. Something crazy like that.
But isn't there a year with Dak's contract where, like, because we were talking, it's like 1 year, like I think it's this year, it's like $70 million.
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets paid,
yeah.
right?
I mean, is it this year or is it next year?
It's one of those two, so I'd have to check. But either way, yes. Top of the class.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So there you have Start, Bench, and Cut, brought to you by our friends over at Jay's Southland Till. One organization is digging a deep hole for themselves, and we'll talk to Chiefs head coach wife, the head coach's wife, Tammy Reed, coming up at 9:30. She's got a cool way for you guys to get involved and help her out next.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have been nothing but awesome for us. It's been the greatest relationship we could have had when it comes to our lawn. They do everything for us, and they make it look awesome. They have taken all the pressure away from me and turned my lawn into something that I can now be proud of, something that actually looks good. And I've tried for years, and then I decided, you know what? I'm going to call the college-educated professionals over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And I said, help me out. And they did just that. They've been out all spring and summer long mowing, putting down the fertilizer, weed eating, and making sure that everything is done right to get that lawn back to where it needs to be. And before you know it, the fall's going to be here, and you need to get that fall seeding down and get ready to have your lawn get kind of ingrained for the winter so it looks great in the spring. And Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is the company to call. And call them for the pest control as well, because there's nothing better than we love doing than sitting outside, and we don't have to worry about mosquitoes anymore. And our dog doesn't have to worry about the fleas and ticks. They come once a month and they spray and eliminate all of that vermin from our yard. And they can do that for you as well. Mention this ad and they're going to give you up to half off your first application. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
It's not too late to enjoy your summer with a new or improved deck. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule a consultation today. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. You are one click away from your best summer ever.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed. which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Ring the bell! We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875% fixed. While other lenders are talking about high interest rates, we're dropping rates. And we can get it done for you in as little as 14 days. Golden Oak Lending has just secured several $1 million that we can offer you as fixed-rate mortgages for 4.875%. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. It's fast and easy. Our debt consolidation customers save an average of $1,104 every month. And at Golden Oak, you never pay for your appraisal up front. Lock in this incredible 4.875% rate now before it's too late and say goodbye to those high-interest credit card rates. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Expect a high of 94 today with partly sunny skies and a slight chance of showers.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, we'll talk to Tammy Reed, the wife of Andy Reid. She's got some cool stuff going on that you can get involved in and help something that is near and dear to her heart, and that is the Westport Historical Society.
excuse me this morning as I am a little verklempt today, I guess. I don't know. This humidity.
Yeah, it's getting after you.
No, it has been the last couple of days.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, I'm worn down, I think. I don't know what it is. Sinuses, colds, in the hot, out to the air conditioner, vice versa, corn sweat, the whole 9 yards, right?
All the corn
I don't know if it's still humid out there, what it's like up at those practice facility fields up there in St. Joe, but it's got to be a stinking mess up there today. You're playing football and you're wearing the gear. I know it's kind of light today as they start training camp, but even still, I mean, if you've been outside today, you know what a mess it is out there, and you don't want anything to do with that. So
it was humid when we got out at 4:30 or whatever. It was just
like I'm dreading
muggy.
Walking out the door when we're done here today, in like an hour or so.
Yeah.
Like walking outside, and going, "Oh my God, what in the hell?" But it's supposed to be like 100 to 105 today. There could be flash flooding that takes place today at some point in time. So just stay inside, man. Like there's no reason to go out of doors for anything today.
I got a weed eat the front.
Not today.
Yeah, you're right.
Not today. No, absolutely. Plus, it's still wet from all the rain we had yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. We had so much rain. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling you yesterday. I got Nashville friends coming over this weekend, which I'm super excited about. But I'm more.
Are they bringing that hot chicken?
I hope they bring some Hattie B's. I'd love that. But I'm more concerned. I'm like, want the house cleaned or whatever. But like, I'm more concerned about my yard. I want my yard to look nice. You know.
Well, it will. I mean, give it a couple of days before you go out there and take a weed whacker to the.
That's just true.
I mean, you might collapse from heat stroke out there today. That's how hot
it's
it
that
is.
hot, yeah. Then I'm not messing with that.
You don't want to mess with that kind of stuff today. There's no reason to be out there unless you have to. And if you're working outside today, God love you, man. Stay hydrated. Keep yourself safe.
Be careful. Yeah.
Keep yourself safe. All right, what's going on in Cincinnati? Can you just tell me what's going on in Cincinnati right now?
It's a joke, man.
So now Trey Hendrickson has no interest in showing up, right?
He is in Florida. On his Instagram story, he is in Florida.
Right?
Yep, he is not there.
And he told Tom Pelissero or somebody of that nature that he is not showing up to training camp because he wants a 3-year deal of guaranteed money, and they're only willing to give him a 1-year deal of guaranteed money.
Yep.
I would say he's 31 years old, so I understand the trepidation with the Cincinnati Bengals. However, he is a player that has been at the top of his game for the last 2 seasons. He's earned that money. He's worth more than the $16 million per year that they have on the contract for him.
Yeah.
You know,
way more.
He's outplayed his contract.
He's double that.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, you know, he's a guy that deserves all of the money. And you have to keep your players happy. You have to keep your organization, you know, feeling good about themselves. And when you start training camp and you've got these big contract disputes hanging over your head, it doesn't do anybody any good. Yeah, we had Chris Jones here. Everybody figured eventually that was going to get worked out. And when Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and you got adults in the room, it was going to be okay. We'll figure this out, right? Andy has won playoff games with backup quarterbacks going 99 yards and leading the team down the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have shown that they got this. Other organizations have not proven that, especially the Cincinnati Bengals, who have been looking for an identity for the better part of, well, their entire existence. And you don't want to get into, you know, battles with players and come across as being cheap, come across as being tone deaf, come across as being clueless. And I think over the last 24 hours, Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, has kind of become that clueless, tone deaf guy. He had this to say about Shamar Stewart yesterday.
This one is surprising. I hesitate to get into the detail, but basically it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. He says, or his agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. What the hell was that? This is the player, Shamar Stewart, who has not signed his rookie contract yet. Top 15 pick, I believe, right? And he is sitting down in Texas because he went to Texas A&M, deciding whether or not he's going to play for an organization. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard anybody have a. Does this guy have a record or anything like that? Like, right? Like,
no,
I'm trying to figure out like where is this coming from?
Beating women, and Shamar Stewart's like, wait, what?
Yeah, like, what has he done to deserve that rap from Mike Brown?
Do you know me?
Like, I've never heard an owner or a general manager say they don't want to get into a contract with a player because he could end up in jail. Now,
you just drafted him.
Now, I will say, yeah, right. You just drafted him. You just drafted him. If you had that kind of concern about that player, you shouldn't have drafted him, right? First and foremost.
Of course.
But secondly, the only time I've ever heard of this being a situation is with Tyreek Hill. And they never gave Tyreek Hill a guaranteed contract. It was always roster bonuses. His salary was basically a roster bonus because they believed that they couldn't trust him. For obvious reasons, you couldn't trust Tyreek Hill, right? You couldn't trust that guy. He had a track record.
Mm-hmm.
He showed you who he was. This guy has done nothing. And the owner's out there worrying about paying a guy if he ends up in jail. Last I checked, if you go behind bars, you ain't working, you ain't getting paid, regardless of how guaranteed your contract is. I don't think in any court of law will that hold up, where Mike Brown would go, well, I still have to pay this guy even though he's in jail. Every judge would look at that and go, but he's not doing the job. And if you're not doing the job, you don't get paid. And so that, to me, is one of the more ridiculous, idiotic statements that I've ever heard somebody in that kind of power make about an athlete. And I'm just befuddled by it. Like, that's where he went with this guy's contract. Well, if he ends up in jail and he what the
hell's going on? Whoa.
Yeah, wait a second here. I have no track record. You really don't know me. We've hardly talked and had the chance to get to know each other. Where is this coming from? And I have the word trust written down on this.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a player in the Bengals organization, you want the ownership group, the front office to trust you.
Of course.
You're going in
and respect you.
You're going into your first season with this organization, and those are the comments that the owner's making. The NFL should intervene and say, here's what we're going to do. Shamar, you're back in the draft next year. We're going to make an exception. This was totally uncalled for to hear the owner of this franchise saying that he doesn't want to pay you if you end up in jail. You could say that for every contract in every walk of life and every job out there. I don't want to pay him if he ends up in jail. Well, here's the good news is you're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't still collect paychecks when you go to the pokey.
No, exactly. Also, like, you're trying to make this new precedent for your first-round pick unilaterally, like, hey, and not offering him else anything extra. You're taking all these things away and giving nothing new, and you're wondering, you're sitting here honestly confused as to why this isn't going well. What the hell?
Yeah.
And then you're going to call him a criminal, basically. I mean, or at least kind of allege that, this could happen. And the only crime he could think of was domestic violence. It's that was really botched job by Mike Brown.
Really bad, really tone deaf by him. Jerry Jones also tone deaf yesterday, saying he may not want to sign Micah Parsons because there's a possibility that the guys get injured. You can't run your organization that way. You can't get into a situation where you're worried about paying somebody because they could get injured. And in the NFL and professional sports, look, we all know injuries happen, and those are the chances that you take. Those are the opportunities that present themselves, and you've got to decide whether or not you want to sign a player. And if that player is really, really good and you really believe in that player, then you sign that player. And if injuries happen,
then you figure it out. There isn't a sport out there right now where injuries don't impact teams every single day of the week, right? Whether it's basketball or baseball or football or hockey or anything, you have the opportunity to have your guys injured. That can't prevent you from signing these guys to contracts. You can't not pay Micah Parsons because you're afraid he's going to get injured. Or you can't not pay Dak Prescott or Trey Hendrickson because you're afraid that they're going to get injured. Injuries happen. It's a part of the game. And when I look at injuries in sports, it's just one thing that you have to kind of factor in. You have to plan for. You have to have a backup plan. And again, it's part of the reason why this organization here in Kansas City continues to churn along, because they don't let injuries affect and derail everything that they're trying to do. Obviously, the backup guys at multiple positions aren't as good as the starters, right? Obviously, that's why they're backup guys. But that doesn't get in the way of making the right decisions and deciding whether or not you want to pay a player. You go out there and you pay a player because you believe in that player. And if that player gets injured, then those are some of the things that you have got to deal with. It is time to talk something fun here on 96.5 The Fan, and we are joined by Tammy Reed, the wife of Chiefs head coach Andy Reid. Tammy, are you there this morning? Because I don't know how to work the phone. Mac, can you put the phone up? Got it? Tammy, you there?
I'm here.
How are
you there?
I am. I don't know how to operate the phone, Tammy. They usually do that for me.
Yes, you do. Don't you do that all the time?
No, I don't. Usually Dusty does it, or Mac does it, or somebody else. I'm fat fingering things. I don't know what I'm doing.
He's helpless, Tammy.
Okay. Well, you got your stick and they have theirs.
That's exactly right. And what you're doing, I think, is awesome. I have you seen the trailer yet to the documentary that's coming out on ESPN about the Chiefs?
I have not.
Okay, it's great. And there's a little blip of it where your husband gets a little bit emotional, and I'm like, he's one of us. He is now all Kansas City. We love him. He loves us. And you guys are proving it with what you're doing down with the Westport Historical Society, how much you guys love this town. Tell everybody what you and Andy are trying to do to restore the Harris Carney House.
You know what? We're starting a capital campaign, $500,000, which I've heard isn't that much. I'm like, what? Okay, let's do it. But yeah, we just got involved a little bit because we do love Kansas City, and it's now our home. And when people say, where are you from? I go, Kansas City. And they go, oh, Kansas? I go, no, Missouri, the Missouri side, which is crazy to have to explain to everyone in America. People don't know this. So, but yeah, we love it here. And I got involved a few years ago with Westport Historical Society, the Harris Carney House, and we're excited to kick this off and bring something to the masses and hopefully get everyone else interested, and to, even if they're not interested in that part, maybe they'll be interested in what we're fixing to throw out there to the world.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. We'll get to that in 1 second, but for those who don't know, explain what the Harris Carney House is all about and why you guys are involved in trying to restore it.
Well, it was built in 1855 by John Harris and Henrietta Simpson Harris on 5 acres of the corner of Westport Avenue and Main Street, and it is actually one of the oldest buildings in our beautiful city, in our state. Well, maybe not the state, but in our city. Yeah, and it needs a lot of repairs, and as you know, any historical home has to be historically preserved properly, the right way, and so that's an old house. We live in a 19-year-old house, and it's a lot of upkeep. So imagine a house from 1855. So, but yeah, we need a lot of work, little handicap accessible bathrooms, roof repairs, the porch, plaster, brick,
all that
general things a house needs.
Yeah, all that upkeep stuff. And you said you guys want to raise $500,000. Can we get that done in the next 30 minutes, do you think, with what we're going to have an opportunity to auction off and give away?
Yes, I was actually calculating we need 20 to 25,000 people to buy the tickets to the thing we're talking about soon.
Okay.
And I think you reach the masses. I don't know how many listeners you have.
Millions.
Millions. And hopefully those listeners will tell other listeners, and we'll just blow the roof off this baby.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to auction off what I think is one of the coolest things ever, an Andy Reid autographed football, 2 tickets to an upcoming Chiefs game against the Ravens, on-field passes, and you know, Tammy, you lived in Kansas City long enough. We got parking, too. You know how important that is in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So we're going to kick in the parking.
Yeah. I threw that in because everybody's like, gosh, where do you park? I'm like, I don't know. I have a parking pass, and that's what everybody needs. They need a parking pass.
Right, exactly. And so we're going to include all of that, and people can buy raffle tickets beginning today, right? And have the opportunity to enter the raffle that will be drawn in September for this great prize.
Exactly. Yep.
So-
And I would like to point out that while this is a great package, I think it's the 2 pregame field passes that's going to get everybody like over the edge. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
I get to stand on the sidelines and take pictures and look at all my favorite players warming up. And yeah, that's the deal.
Yeah, for those who haven't been down on the sidelines before a game, you get that opportunity. Obviously, probably been down there before. Tell folks what they can experience and why that is so cool.
Well, you know what? I do it all the time. And when you're in my position and I get to do things like this, you kind of forget how amazing and exclusive this is, and that it's something that not everybody gets to do. But you go down on the field, and they have a little partition, and you stand behind it, and you can watch all the players warm up, both teams, Ravens and Chiefs. So if you're a Ravens fan, don't care, buy the ticket too. I don't care.
Right.
But root for the Chiefs. But you get to take pictures and look at, and sometimes if you have your pin and your hat out or whatever, they'll come by and give an autograph every once in a while. You never know who's going to drop by and just do something like that for you, or just talk to you and shake your hand and say, hey, you know.
And create those moments that are, everlasting, right? The stuff that you really can't put a price tag on. If you have the opportunity pregame to be down on the field and let's say Patrick Mahomes comes up to you and says hello, that's life-changing. You will never get the opportunity to do that again. And so that's why we need to get people to buy these tickets. They can go to westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle, $25 a piece or 5 for $100, right?
Exactly.
All right, so let's get this thing moving. Let's raise $500,000, and we'll all be down there. We'll help you repair this house, too, if you need some of us to help you out, Tammy.
Oh, I would love that. Are you handy?
No, but I can pretend. I couldn't figure out how to turn the phone on.
You know what? I think that we all have that in us that's more than we think we have, because I've done Habitat for Humanity and different organizations, and after I got done, I'm like, I could build a house. Like, I could really do this. So, you can come down. We'll call you.
You call me. You let me know when to be there, and I'll be down there. I'll put my work belt on, and I'll do whatever I can to help you guys out.
I love it.
Well, Tammy, thank you so much for coming on this morning and promoting this and doing all this cool work, because there's so much history in Kansas City. As Diane Houston, one of my good friends, and I, we talk history in this town all the time. There's so much history and so many cool things here, and the fact that you guys are helping restore and part of that, I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it.
Well, you're welcome. And just so you know, Coach Reed is an avid historian. I mean, he loves anything history and couldn't get enough of it while we were there visiting, and he's taken the tour, and he was just like glued to Marty and listening to all the things about that house. He's like, this is crazy, everything that's happened right here in our wonderful city.
Yeah, so much has happened here in Kansas City. You just got to find a way to uncover it. So thanks for doing all that.
Exactly.
It's westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle, $25 a piece, 5 for $100, and you get the opportunity to be on the field pregame for the Ravens game, tickets to the game, a parking pass to the game, and an autographed football from Andy Reid. Did I forget anything?
No, you did an amazing job. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tammy, and enjoy the rest of the summer and get ready for 17-0 and another Super Bowl.
From your mouth to God's ears.
You better believe it. Thanks, Tammy. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Bye. Tammy Reid
bye.
with the Chiefs, and her husband, you may have heard, Andy Reid, is the head coach of the Chiefs, and so they're going to do a great job of restoring the Harris Carney house built in 1855 down in Westport. Mac, you and I will go down there. We will help them out. We will do what we can to help out the Reid family and to raise some money, and we'll probably buy some tickets for this as well. westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle. $25, not a lot for an opportunity to be on the sidelines, for a Chiefs game, win tickets, win the autographed football from Andy Reid. So many cool things involved in that as well. And that's a reason why you love, Andy Reid and Tammy, and you heard what she had to say. We're Kansas Cityans now. And I told you when I heard that video, I heard that promo for the documentary that's being run by the Kansas City Chiefs and ESPN. When I heard Andy break down, I knew. I said, he's ours, and he loves it here, and he's going to do everything he possibly can to make Kansas City a better place. And it's just little things like that, giving back and doing all those kinds of things, which makes Kansas City a wonderful place. And it's cool to see Andy Reid involved in that. I'll go down there and paint some walls and put up plaster and do whatever we need to do to get that house moving in the right direction. Instead of weed eating today, we can go down there and check out that house, right?
Would love that. Would love that. 515 says, I'm on the website. Do you have to be a KC resident to participate?
No.
816 Bob, can we offer to help repair?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what you want?
Yeah, we can absolutely do that. I will tweet out the link here in a second when it goes live. It's going to go live. It should be live right now, honestly. But I will tweet out the link where you can go buy the tickets to the raffle that is being taken place. That includes the autographed football, the game tickets, the parking pass, plus pregame field passes as well. In a minute, as soon as we go to break, I will tweet out that link so you can just go on there and click on it and buy those raffle tickets and get those things taken care of. I think they're going to raise this money in seconds. I think they're going to have all that done because Andy Reid wants it done, and what he's done for us and what he's brought to our city and all the joy that he's brought to us, we can give back a little bit and make sure they get that project done that is so near and dear to their hearts. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we'll wrap things up and get you set for what's going to take place at training camp later on today on 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I want to talk to you about my friends over at GimmeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. Gimme the VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. That's right, $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website at GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Literally, it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. Just wait for the jingle.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's almost Andy Reid. When I landed in KC, I started doing commercials, the whole playbook. That's how I teamed up with Renner Garage Store. For nearly 70 years, Renner has been serving KC with the latest styles, top brands like Delden, Amar, and LiftMaster, and the trusted service of a family-owned team. Get your free estimate today, and if you're looking for work, Renner's hiring installers with paid training. RENNER forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you think home insurance, you think boring and complex, right? Wrong. Allstate is now changing the game with our new and improved home insurance. And it all starts with a simplified shopping experience. Our latest online quoting tool gives you confidence in not only knowing you have the right protection, but our lowest price, too. So check Allstate first. For home insurance that's better than ever, you're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings and prices vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Don't miss the 5th largest arms show in America. The 54th annual National Summer Arms Show is coming to the KCI Expo Center this weekend only. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from across the U.S. with no buyer's premium. Details online at nationalsummerarmsshow.com.
The Other Place, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Come hang out on the patio and listen to some great live music at most locations Thursday through Saturdays. Enjoy some great food and also some incredible beer specials. Make The Other Place your summer headquarters. The Other Place and theotherplace.com.
Thank Tammy Reed for coming on and promoting the event that they are doing. The event, I say, rebuilding a house, the 1855 Harris Kearney House in Westport at westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle. And you can buy your raffle tickets there to give yourself the opportunity to win that great prize featuring an Andy Reid autographed football, field passes to the game against the Ravens, the game tickets for the Ravens game, and a parking pass as well. $25 gets you entered in to that raffle. And they'll announce it. I think September 7th is the date that they're going to announce the winner of that raffle. So you got plenty of time to get in, get entered, and help support a great cause. I think that we've got to tell the story of the past. I know a lot of people this day and age don't really care about history, and if it happened before their lifetime, they don't really have an interest in it. But you've got to always preserve history, look at history, learn from history, and don't repeat history a lot of the times, right? A lot of the times you don't want to repeat it. Sometimes you do, but sometimes you don't. But I think it's always good to make sure that everything is up to date in Kansas City, as the song once said. And so that's what we're going to do. Take an 1855 house, update it, and let everybody know all of the historical things that have taken place right here in our town. Interesting tweet from the NFL Players Association 1 minute ago. We back. Training camp is here and the grind begins. And that's where it is right now. This is an interesting training camp for the Chiefs because it could be the last one for Travis Kelce. And this is a team that is on course for revenge, right? This is a revenge tour. And that's easy to throw out there and say that it's a revenge tour. But it is, and it all begins today up in St. Joe. And I think this is going to be, Mac, and I don't know what your perception is. I think this is going to be very workmanlike. I think this is going to be a very, I hate to use the term serious camp because that just sounds like the other camps aren't serious. But I think there's an agenda here. There's a goal here. There are plans here, and they are going to be very workmanlike with this thing. And they are going to go up to training camp. They are going to get a lot done, and they're going to be ready to kick everybody's ass when the beginning of September rolls around.
I think so, but I also think that they're going to put an emphasis, which we've heard from a lot of the players this offseason, including Mahomes, on having fun. I think they're going to be serious, like you said, working hard, have lined out very specific objectives and goals like they always do that they usually tend to reach. But above that, I think the biggest difference from last year to this year is they're going to kind of reduce some of that initial pressure that they have and the target on their back. They're going to try and truncate that, and they're going to try and emphasize and maximize the amount of fun and enjoyment they can get out of being a team together, because that started to waver last season just a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Winning every game 17-16. Yeah, winning's fun, but when they're in the quarterback, you'll get to it, Bob. Joe Burrow beats the Titans by 15 points or something, and he is pissed after the game because they didn't play right.
Yeah,
they had 8 or 9 penalties, false starts. He's screaming at the coach, no, don't tell me this was good. This sucked. And I think that at the end of the day, that kind of was it for the Chiefs. Like, okay, we're winning, but we're not. There's so much meat left on the bone, and we're not having fun doing it. We're not launching the deep ball. I think they're going to get back to having some fun. Dances, taunts, the pettiness, all that sort of stuff that kind of got lost in the rear view last year because it was so much pressure to get the three-peat.
Yep.
From the ball boy to Patrick Mahomes to just you and I as just normal fans.
I felt pressure last year. Like,
exactly.
I hated it last year.
Yeah,
like,
it
I
was a
felt
lot.
in my stomach every single week, like, okay, don't lose.
Yep,
And
exactly.
when you have the relief of not losing and you appreciate that more than the joy of winning, there's something wrong with all that. And I know that from talking to Bill Self over the years. One of the things that he said to me that really stood out, he goes, we fret and take so much in losing that we forget to, take the joy in winning at times. And I think we saw that last year with the Chiefs. And not that they weren't having fun and all that kind of stuff, but they had a stated goal. Like, there was no deviating last year. They had to get back to that Super Bowl for that three-peat, right? Like, that was the goal all season long. And they kind of played to the level of their opponent sometimes, but also also they were playing to the what's the word that I'm looking for, the stiffness, if you will, of trying to three-peat. Like, it's not an easy thing to do when you're expected to go out there and win and be perfect. And that was their goal. They wanted to be perfect. They wanted to go out there and make sure that they won every game so they would ensure themselves of getting to the three-peat. And sometimes when you go out there and play not to lose instead of playing to win, then it has an impact on you. And I think getting the fun back doesn't mean they're not going to work as hard in training camp, right? Doesn't mean it's not going to be workmanlike up there, but they can still have their fun doing it and realize that, hey, it is a game. Let's air it out a little bit more. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I think part of the reason why they didn't have as much fun maybe last year, doing all that, because they did have so many injuries. I mean, that offense last year, from basically the time Hollywood Brown went down in the first play of the preseason. I mean, and so they were constantly reevaluating ways to do things and changing, and not changing things because you lost a guy on Sunday and you had all week to get ready for it. Oh, crap. Rashee Rice just went down in week 3 in the middle of a game. We've got to change in game. And it was just a constant change and constant, chasing their tail, I guess you could say. And eventually it wears on you. And it gets to that point where, like, I'm out of gas. And I think that's where they got to last season against the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they just ran out of gas. They had put so much into getting to that Super Bowl that they forgot to have the fun once they got to that Super Bowl. And they forgot everything that they played for all season long. And so I do think it's going to be a lot more fun this year. And that's why I keep going back to, Travis Kelce and American Pie and this being the summer of his senior year, because I think they are going to go out there and have so much fun that they can't stand it, and we won't be able to stand it either.
It kind of almost felt like tunnel vision last year for those players.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Super Bowl kind of like, we have to win, we have to win, we have to win. But hey, why are you doing this? For that guy next to you, right? Mm-hmm. For that guy on either side of you, for head coach Andy Reid, for your position coach, for the fans, for the city. You're doing it for all those reasons, for your family.
Right.
Right? It got so into Lombardi, team, pressure, need to do this, instead of all those other things. And I think it's going to be easier to recognize some of those things. This is Travis Kelce's swan song, right?
Yeah.
As far as we know, this is his last season. It could not be, but as far as we know, all the signs point to this being his last season. You don't know other players that are going to be gone after this year, whether they retire.
Well, a third of the roster will turn over after this season.
Yes, and it could be more, right? Just contracts, retires, all those things. So I think it's going to be more a point of emphasis this season to say, okay, let's really enjoy this. Let's take this in. Let's have some fun. And most of all, let's win some damn football games. And they know how to do that last part, but it's really, it's those first things that really come to mind. And you mentioned the injuries. I think there's no doubt that had a part in it, but I still think it would have been similar. I really do. I think the overall mindset of the team was serious to a fault last year. And you mentioned you as a fan kind of felt it. I did too. And it was just even like a normal conversation with one of your bros who's not a Chiefs fan, right? Like they'd even bring it up. You're like, oh, so three-peat, like how's it going? Last week was pretty close. Like it was on everyone's mind who even wasn't a Chiefs fan.
Yeah.
Feels like this year the doubters have kind of crawled back up too. That's going to be in everyone's minds. They're hearing those things. We know Mahomes hears all of that. So let's get this thing going, man.
Yeah, it's to the point now where I'm ready for the game in Brazil,
Exactly.
right? Like training camp literally started an hour ago.
It's 2 days,
and here we are ready for that game because and I think they probably feel that way too. Like let's just get these games and play these games. And when they beat the Broncos at home on that blocked field goal, and I had my outburst and didn't have a voice for a week.
Yeah,
that was a lot of frustration too, and like, oh, thank God, a lot of this, like, just
exhaustion from fighting so hard and wanting to win that game and wanting to be perfect and wanting that three-peat, the whole and every game mattered last year, too. I was just reading something earlier, and they were talking about the Steelers' Christmas Day game and how impactful that Christmas Day game really was. Like, if the Chiefs would have lost that game, maybe they don't have home field advantage. And so, every game mattered because you're going toe-to-toe with Buffalo and you're going toe-to-toe with Baltimore in the standings, and you got to find a way to make sure that you're always ahead of them. And so I think some of the joy was taken out of last season because everybody was so focused on getting to that Super Bowl. We forgot to kind of enjoy that ride along the way. Yeah. And instead of enjoying the wins, we were relieved by the wins. We weren't enjoying the wins. We were relieved by those wins. And that's not the way it should be. Because I know I felt that way. And it's okay to admit that, too. Like, after these games, you're just like, oh, thank God we won. You didn't enjoy the win. You just got that win. And we need to enjoy those wins a lot more now.
100%. I mean, 10-0 in one-score games. I think the thing that sticks out to me with that stat is not the 10-0 part. Wow, Mahomes 10-0. Well, they're not going to be able to do that next year. You're right. They're not, because they're not going to be in 10 one-score games next year.
Yeah.
That's the main point that I take from it. 10? That's insane. Mahomes has like a 75% win percentage in those one-score games, so fine, make it 7-2, 8-2, whatever it may be. They're going to win those games. The point is, they're not going to be having to win those games by 3, by 4, by 7, by 1. They're going to win these games by 10, by 17. 35-0.
Yeah, and I think that's where everybody kind of wants to go now. We want to see those blowouts back. We want to see this team take care of business and have laughers and, put in the second string in the third quarter and stuff like that and know that, hey, we've got this thing on cruise control. Makes people feel better. Sometimes it's a fallacy, but that's what people want to see. That's what we want from an enjoyment standpoint, and I think we're probably going to get that. So we've got training camp beginning today. It'll last, for the next 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, however long they're up in St. Joe, but we're 45 days away from that first game, 10 homers away from 300 for Salvi. A lot going on. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm Matt Quattrero on at 9 tomorrow here on Fescoe and Dusty.
What's up, Kansas City?